Hello, hello, friends. It's time for Tina's RPG show, I guess. And gosh, it's good to be back. I'm really excited to get to tell you all that it is still a speedrun, even when you're going through multiple CDs worth of content. I'm going to be getting to that in just a moment, but first, a couple of quick announcements for you. Frame Fatales will be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st to the 27th. The marathon schedule is out now. You can type !FF in Twitch chat or go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more info. Prize submissions are open now. Make sure that you check that out for more information. One and Doneathon is coming up again, where you can show off your favorite run, and it better be your favorite run because that's your only appearance. You don't get to be in One and Doneathon after that. That's it. Type OADAT for One and Done-a-thon to see the schedule. Check out Games Done Quick on Instagram to get bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and to see what happens at all the events. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support weekly hotfix content. That's what's happening right now. Please consider subscribing if you enjoy this content. And if you're watching on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching our live content. It's super fun. You get to interact with chat. You get to see things happen right when they happened. You don't have to wonder, what am I going to see that happened last week? Most weeknights, we're going to be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, and on weekends, 1 p.m. Eastern. And then finally, tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Bargain Bin at its new time. It's a show about speedruns of games that you can find super cheap, so if you want just a new speedrun to pick up, that's really the show for you. And this is going to be followed by She Is Speed. And now, we're going to be we're gonna just hand it over to Railcoon, who doesn't get to hide behind all of the, I'm doing all the awesome work to make sure that people get to watch this stream thing. They're going to be doing the speedrun today.
Hello, my name is Railcoon, and we already see a little bit of confusion in chat. The fox in the webcam, that is me. I don't feel like using a webcam today, so you'll see it lights up and it does a little bounce animation when I talk. That's me not wanting to use a webcam. And we're joined today by Andy, another Chrono runner. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Railcoon. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to watch this.
So just for a quick overview before we jump into it, this is Radical Dreamers Edition. It doesn't show it on the menu, but that means that I am playing on my PC. So I have a cutscene mod that makes them just a little bit prettier than the upscaled PlayStation 1 cutscenes, and I can fast forward at any time without having to use New Game Plus. So that's sort of the category we're doing right now is I'm going to be running this through. If you've seen Chrono Cross before and you're like 5-hour estimate, how's that possible? There's a little box next to my Fox in the webcam box that when fast forward's active, you'll see that little icon appears. And then it goes away when it's off. And if I slow down, then that icon appears. But we won't be using the slowdown very often because we're trying to go fast. But with that all out of the way, I think we are ready to go. I didn't think of a meme to name Surge. So we'll just name him GDQ, I guess. Changing names doesn't really cost time in this version because the text is so fast. In the regular version, you lose like 1 frame for every 2 characters in a character's name, but we don't care about that. So let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're playing through the prologue. Nothing here affects the gameplay besides if I get into an encounter, it'll cost time. And you'll see occasionally I have to turn off the speed up when there's an enemy dodge in a narrow hallway. Because getting into an encounter, oh, that bat spawn. That bat can spawn in a place where you just don't have many choices. Getting into an encounter is still slower than turning off the speed up for a moment to avoid the encounter. Interesting note about this section is that the characters all have their own stats that are completely independent from the rest of the game. Surge's strength at this moment says nothing about the strength that he'll have later in the run. Their stats are actually stored in a completely separate point in memory than they are normally. You can actually find in the memory address what Surge's stats are going to start at if you dive deep enough. So this is a taste of what's going to go on. We're going to be running fast. I've gotten into this rig somewhat recently, so there might be some silly mistakes. We're not taking this super seriously. Trying to get a new PB if possible. But we're here for the chill RPG vibes on Tina's show.
And nothing going on with that cutscene there. Surely that won't come back up later.
We will never see that again. Let's see if we can talk to the cat on the way by. I missed. I talked to my mom instead.
Almost got Sway Cat.
Yeah. It's hard on fast forward. Oh god. Talking to NPCs is hard sometimes.
Yeah, so starting off here, Raccoon is just gonna begin this quest to get 3 scales for a necklace. That's gonna be our plot for the next little bit here.
Whoa.
I'll also be buying 2 fireball elements. Magic in this game, you'll learn tech at like level, or you'll gain a level 3 tech, a level 5 tech, and a level 7 tech. And then the rest of the elements is just actually common items that you buy at a store, and it just allows you to use magic. That's magic in this game.
So dungeons on fast forward are where the fun stuff comes in. Because you gain a lot of speed, but dodging enemies is hard. Ooh, we went for the risk and it paid off. So we're looking for... Sorry, go ahead.
Feather. Yeah, I was going to say you're going to be looking for a feather here.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's especially hard for commentators to notice if I get it when I'm fast forwarding. I just YOLO this beach bum. Just because he's so unpredictable if you wait for him. Sometimes he'll get into a combat anyway. And I need humor anyway. So, like, if I get into a battle here, I'm not too worried about it. It just means I don't have to worry about forcing an encounter on Cape Howell instead. That should kill. Yeah.
Yeah, so these items that Ryokun and I are mentioning are going to be used to craft up a iron dagger or a steel swallow later on. That'll help with the section coming up.
Running that corner on fast forward without... Oh, I missed. Okay. Without running into the beach bum is basically impossible. Oh, nope. Stop that. Stand still.
Oh, wow.
This
Getting
is
the
really
fun
bad luck. Dad!
Wow.
Stop it! You can dodge him when he's standing in the top right corner where he starts. And if he moves at all, you can't. It's terrible. So I'm pulsing the fast forward. Oh my god! You can tell I've been practicing other things. We're just getting the jitters out of the way.
Hey, there's just more time that everyone gets to watch this run.
There we go.
Easy.
Okay, we got this formation, which is good. Since we already got beach bums, I don't care about other formations as much, and this is the faster formation to get. We're going to talk about formations a few times during this run. Enemy encounters, when you get a random encounter, can show up in a number of patterns. So every time I run into Komodo Dragon, there's about 3 or 4 different formations of enemy patterns that can show up. In some instances in required battles, we'll run away if it's a bad formation and try again. That was a pretty good chase on fast forward. You can get an extra loop if you're not good on the movement. No! Did that Komodo Dragon just crit me? I've never seen a Komodo dragon crit before. That's never happened before. There we go. I said the thing.
Took less than 6 minutes.
Thankfully, Mother Komodo is pretty easy if you have full stamina. There's a whole thing about stamina refreshing. We'll probably talk about that in fights where it's used more. Because it's complicated and it's probably hard to get into right now. Strength up is good. Do not have a feather, so we're going to have to pick up the backup feather. But we have humors, so don't have to worry about that in Cape Howl. I'm just making notes to myself on like things I need to do, because this first dungeon has a lot of optional drops that are required, and we have backups for all of them. So just kind of trying to figure out which ones I have, which ones I need the backups for. Second option here is faster. So I just mash down and X at the same time, but with fast forward, if I miss it, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, thankfully you only have to worry about the drops at the beginning of the game, and then the rest is kind of autopilot as far as that goes.
Yeah, we don't really rely on rare drops at any other point, except for one where it's annoying if you don't get it, but... Well, there's a couple of those where it's really annoying if you don't get it, but it's not, like, the end of the route.
Now, Railcoon, I purchased this game, and the cutscenes look nothing like this. What's going on?
I am using a cutscene upscaling mod. What it did was they ran the cutscenes through an AI piece of software that tried to predict what the textures should look like. It did a fantastic job, by the way.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
So it makes it just a little bit more of a high-res version of these cutscenes. You lose a little bit of the fine detail in some aspects, like the starry night that appears later. Most of the stars are gone. But just used an AI model to upscale it, since the game didn't come with higher res cutscenes. It's just they made them bigger. And I'm a fan of how it looks, so I use it, and it doesn't affect the gameplay, so... We also don't have any rules for this on the leaderboard yet, because as it runs base, it has some frame rate issues, and there's a couple of different ways to fix that. And we haven't finished comparing how they all work and which ones are more reliable or not. I'm going to wait for another cycle. Oh, I went too early. Okay. This is a pretty tight cycle. These enemies are very fast, and you want to get in right behind one of the fish. Otherwise, as you're running through the screen, they will catch up to you and get you into an encounter. So that's going to mess with the cycle. So I got to get behind this one.
And how come we didn't recruit your favorite puppers, Pushel?
Because we get Pushel for free by recruiting Lena instead. We could take Kid. If you want to take Kid, then you should pick up Pushel, because Pushel's amazing. She's fantastic. But if you choose to pass on Kid so you can get Lena, who's a really great magic user and is a blue element, which we'll talk about later on, then you get Pushel for free. Pushel comes with Lena, since Pushel is Lena's dog. Dog, air quotes. Oh, what?
Railcoon's getting ahead of us. You want to go to the cape?
Yeah. Okay, we're skipping ahead. I'm like, what? We're thinking about too many things right now. I don't need humor, so just dodge these encounters.
Yeah, so you can get Pushel before here, but the enemies have double the HP on the beach, so it saves no time. In fact, it costs you a little bit of time of recruiting Pushel, and then you see a little scene here of her getting booted off.
There's also a thing where you're Surge solo, where when you're fighting by yourself, sometimes enemies will skip their turns. If you're watching the memory values and their turn comes up, sometimes they'll just do nothing when you're Surge. And if you have Pushel with you, that doesn't happen. They always take their turn.
I did not know that.
So these are the tutorial fights with Salt and Pepper, and before they give us the tutorial, they have approximately 10,000 health. So we always wait until Salt takes his turn, and he gives us the tutorial before we do anything. That was one too many, that's fine. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so when Railkun's making attacks here, you see that the level goes up on the character's little icon there. That's their element grid, and that builds up element levels where you can then cast spells. Casting a spell consumes 7 stamina, and doing an attack 1, 2, or 3 uses up 1, 2, or 3 stamina, respectively.
We need to go off script a little bit because I accidentally used too much stamina, but it's fine. Then we're going to defend with Kid, and when both of your characters have negative or 0 stamina at the same time, and the enemy takes a turn, weird things happen with the stamina. It just gives you more stamina back than you'd expect. We call that a stamina refresh, and there's a couple fights where we're going to use that in particular.
So, because you mentioned a script, how tightly scripted are most of the fights in this run?
Relatively. But a lot of them have backup plans. There's different scripts depending what your stats are. I've been playing this game for a very long time. And I'm actually the person who did the original English route, so I spent about 3 months even making that. So I know these fights really well, and if I go quote-unquote off script, I can usually be fine. There are some fights where you do not want to be off script, period. I almost said yes to Kid. Thankfully, this game autosaves, so I could close it if I said yes to Kid. That's the hardest trick in the speedrun, is not taking Kid along. Kid's good, but Lena is a blue magic user, and her being blue is important because summon elements can only be used by a character that is that innate color. And for some reason, blue elements have a mini summon. Most summons are level 7. We get access to one called Frog Prince that is level 5. And that's going to help us out in the early game to be able to have access to a very powerful element like that. But we need a blue magic user to use it. What am I doing?
Yeah, you were not to get Lena here. The only other blue innate character that we would have is Pierre, and his stats are not so great.
The TAS uses Pierre. There was a very good TAS that came out recently of the Japanese version. It's mostly the same with a few minor changes, mostly UI and quality of life stuff. And they use Pierre and skip picking up Lena, because it is technically faster to take Kid with you. There's less dialogue. You get to skip that whole section in town. So right here is the exception. We're gonna get 2 element levels on Lena before, or we can just miss the tutorial. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go to Partial and punch Pepper, since that needs to happen anyway. That will refresh Lena's stamina, and then I can go back on script. Or I could just keep missing. Let's just use a regular fireball. It's fine. Everything is fine. I would like it if the miss parade would stop sometime soon, though.
Just trying to help you with getting some extra red elements on there to strengthen up that Magnum Bomb.
Hey, welcome to running on the GDQ channel. I hope you're having fun.
Oh yeah, always.
The good RNG comes when...
Miss.
Amazing.
Oh no, GDQ. Alright, it's nice that your Surgy Poo didn't die there, because he would have missed out on the stat gain here.
Was very lucky, yes. Okay, we got strength. I almost healed. I don't need to heal there. We get a free heal before the next fight. So there's Glenn. We're going to ignore Kid later on, because taking Kid means you don't get Glenn, and Glenn is ridiculous. Very important for the speedrun. If we didn't have Glenn, we'd be in a lot of trouble. It also, bonus, gives you the ability to skip an optional dungeon if you take Glenn instead of taking Kid. So that's also just way faster.
It turns out being a jerk rewards you in this game.
Yeah, every time there's an option to help or save Kid, it is always faster to ignore her and just leave her to her own devices. She's story important. She makes it through every time. It's just we're not helping her.
Accessory there will allow Railkun to disassemble it to get 3 irons, which the game, for the most part, does not intend for you to have iron this early. That's where these 2 weapons are going to be very nice for the upcoming dungeon.
She's going to tell me, do you have any iron? It would be great if we had some iron to make some better weapons. Which makes me think they were aware people could do that. It's like a, hey, get back here, kid. It's hard to talk to him on fast forward, please.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, you can disassemble this one accessory that has iron. She was mentioning that. That sounds really good.
Mm-hmm. What the accessory normally does is if you have it equipped, you get more money from battles. That's it. We're not too concerned about that. Our money routing is good enough as it is, so we just instantly take the iron weapons. Oh, I got the power glove. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, the power glove is a rare drop from the previous fight, or 2 fights ago. On the PlayStation version, it's a 10% drop. I'm kind of unsure how the drops work in this version as of now.
It doesn't feel like a 10% drop on PlayStation version. It feels so much rarer. We also have kind of a thing in the community where we call it the Power Glove Curse. Technically, it's a great drop to get, but things always seem to go off the rails when you have it. So, buckle in, I guess.
You mean like a mistrain?
It seems to curse you with a later drop that's more important. It's the Dragoon Gauntlet, which is an accessory with 3 attack power. The glove just has 1. And it seems like when you get the power glove at that point, you tend not to get the gauntlet later on, which really hurts you. So why did we go for Pierre, that fancy swordsman, besides the sway glove?
Because his entrance into the manor is the fastest. We just walk into the door and we get 2 fights. And we put him in front because there's a scripted event that happens here that always hits your lead character. So instead of having this hit Surge, Pierre is sort of a joke character. His stats are terrible. You can get a set of equipment that makes his stats slightly above average when you have all of them equipped. But the downside is you don't have any space for other pieces of equipment. Currently, Surge has around 11 strength. Pierre starts with 3 or 4 usually. So that's just the level of stats that Pierre has. So him being in the front and tanking that scripted death is fine. Whoa, catch up, please. Oh my, he survived being attacked. What the hell?
One downside to the fast forward is that we didn't get the best lines in the game, which was Tomato yelling sauce.
This is Radical Dreamers Edition, yes. People asking in chat. Oh, scary.
So yeah, at half health, Ketchup does that triple tech there and knocks out Salt and Pepper. So right now, Railkun's on the lower end of the strength. Normally this fight would be over by now, but instead he's kind of finagling his stamina here. Well done. Can't get a rare magic green from this fight. That's a nice drop to get.
And since Pierre survived, we'll use our healing there. Pierre...
GDQ got a +2 there.
Yeah. Pierre is, he's useful to have alive in these fights, but because of that fight he leaves with so little health, he has a tendency to die in that fight. And then you go into the next fight and he starts with like 1 health. And then dies again. So just at any point in these required fights, if he survives any of them, you just heal him so he can stay alive. Oop, got stuck on the tree. I'm kind of bouncing the fast forward on and off here because there's a few things that are really bad if you get caught moving through there. So I want to be careful but still get some speed up.
Oh, that was nice movement in this room. Yeah, so a little mini game here. The more you feed them, the better reward. But the base reward's good enough with feeding them 10 times.
I usually try to toggle the fast forward to skip the waiting, but I messed it up. And there's a known pattern every time, but if you miss any of the feeds, then the pattern changed, so I kind of had to just figure it out. I have not been going for guard skip here. I just take the fight.
Yeah, don't blame me on that.
It's so hard. It's a hard setup into a frame-perfect trick.
Yeah, what you have to do there is wrangle up another guard that has some text, and you wait until the text is just fading the screen, and on the right frame you have to press the enter the door. If you mess it up, you're stuck into one fight, and it can be easy to snowball into a second fight. And as Railcoon was mentioning earlier, you can get different formations, so it's possible just to get 3 guards here. Unfortunately, you got 4.
This should take out at least 2 of them. Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. And then the others are very low health, so that Surge can just tap them. That was a risk, me spreading my damage and magma bombing, because technically, I was leaving them alive to take more turns. Enemy fights in these type of things, they have very long AP, which is the number of actions you can take before they get a turn. So it was a reasonable risk, but I went for it. We're gonna talk about AP. Why don't you explain what AP is properly, Andy?
Yeah, so different enemies have a set amount of AP. I think these guys have 18 AP. So AP is action points. So at the start of fight, non-bosses can roll anywhere between 0 AP and then up to their AP, and actually can go a bit above that. And then once they've taken their turn, it's the amount of AP into their next action. So for these, if they go, it's 18 action points until they go again. And what consumes AP is attacking the level 1, 2, or 3, uses 1, 2, or 3 AP. Defending is 1 AP, and then casting a spell is 1 AP. So even though the spell is using 7 stamina, it's actually only using 1 action point. And that's how turns are done in this game, and that mechanic's hidden from the player.
I love how Glenn is going normal speed here when you first enter the hallway until it finishes loading. I was not holding up, so I got an encounter. Oops. So if you do good movement here, you can get ahead of Glenn, which is normally not possible. Because you are...
And then, go ahead.
I was going to say, just because there's some moments where things are loading where the character is fast-forwarded, but not everything in the world is. So it changes your movement through a little bit.
It's like time's only affecting that one room.
6-8. Sorry, finish your thought.
I was just going to say, so a lot of these boss fights coming up are just routed to use just be 1 AP away. And then what you can also do is buffer inputs. So you can do a 3-3, and that essentially gives you 5 AP. If a boss has 6 AP before they take their turn, it's routed to use up to 5 AP, and then normally use a 3-3. They get 5 free action points. Yep, so the Dragoon's Honor there gives 1 attack, 1 hit, and 1 magic. And Ryokun also put a turn yellow element on there.
Yeah, a lot of the items are actually renamed in this game. The translation is very slightly different. So instead of that being bronze mail, that's copper mail. Our favorite text box is different. Andy, have you seen that?
Yes, I am sad. Yeah, so we haven't talked much about colors yet. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see the field effect. 2 yellows and a blue. There's 6 elements in this game, and I just like to refer to them as colors. So these enemies are green, and what we can do is turn Surge yellow, the opposite color, and he will do more damage. And depending on how much of a color is on the field, it also powers up the element. So right now there's 1 yellow and 1 green. Yellow and green are opposites to each other, so it kind of cancels it out. And now we're seeing 2 greens on the field with 1 yellow. And basically Surge's yellow element is a little bit diminished there in its attack value. Hey, the fight happened so fast that didn't matter.
I don't think I got a eagle eye there, but it's not super important. The other thing is if there's equal numbers of the opposite elements on the field, the one that's in the smaller ring, which is the more recent cast, takes precedence over the other one, is slightly more powerful than ones that are in the bigger ring that are further away. Not a huge difference, but it just means that, like, if there's a white in the first ring and a black in the back ring, white is very slightly more powerful than black. Usually not enough for it to matter. I did not enter the number.
You're just showing us what not to do.
This is why we have a marathon estimate, because, like, when I'm talking, I just do silly things. It's so annoying to get through here again. It's not a mistake you ever do. But then, like... Oh, no, right. I think it opens the other way. I don't do this often enough for me to remember the backup. This guy should be gone now. How do we get through?
I think maybe you had to mess with the guards and fight it out. I'm kind of surprised. I was going to compliment you on not mashing that texter.
Do I have to fight this guy? I don't remember what to do here. I might have to fight that guy. Because this is gone.
Yeah, so,
ugh.
yeah, I think you had to.
That's...
So what normally happens here is when you first come into the manor, you can't get the code right, and it always makes you fall down. And then when you read the wall, you get a code, and then you have to put the code into the snake.
It's annoying. These guys are strong. I don't know how much health you have, so I'm gonna guess. Nope.
Here, as this.
Right up here.
Easy.
Alright, it was 6-8. Which is what I was complaining about earlier. Because you have to watch each spin.
Even if it's possible to get 0-0. I know I've gotten 1-1.
I think 1-1's the minimum. I've never seen a 0.
Yeah, now that you said that, yeah, that makes sense.
I'd never gotten 1-1 until Radical Dreamers Edition, though. I knew it was possible, but I'd never actually seen it. And then I've gotten it 3 times while practicing for this. That's why I think there's like some elements of the RNG that are different.
It's very possible. And yeah, meanwhile, a bunch of plot, blah, blah. I'm amazed how quickly it's gone by.
Yeah. I didn't equip the Dragoon's Gauntlet. 1 second. That messes up this fight. I was busy fixing the mistake that I made. That's the nice thing about...
I was just going to say, you're just showing off the cool fact that you can run away from any, and we do mean any boss in this game. And they always have a little fun taunt that they'll do when you run away.
Yeah, it's really nice for if things go wrong, you can always just run away and reset it. Including the final boss. It gives you the usual, like, RPG, are you sure you want to do this? You know, there's no turning back. And then you run away, and you're back on the beach.
Yeah, so a little bit ago when I was mentioning, like, AP, Marcy has, like, the best boss AP, which is 7. So using up 6 AP and then queuing up, like, a 3-3 to get all those free action points. Marcy also has HP, so right now she's at under half health. That's when she uses that cat's cradle. Unfortunately, got kid. Marcy's
we're fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna risk it. She's gonna Ice Blast. Alright, Pierre, save the day.
Billy, he's a hero.
No. If he crit,
okay.
He could have finished her. So I was just fishing for the crit, basically. Oh, no!
Oh.
He could unfreeze. Now we're gonna have to reset this. Freeze is a status that's terrible and it lasts different amounts of time. So there was a chance that Surge could unfreeze. What? She didn't let me heal. Marcy? Marcy? Hello?
Yeah, that Ice Blast is scary for just the reason that we saw.
Right.
Yeah, so Raccoon showing off there. There's a few different things you can do after a battle. You can either heal with like remaining elements, so any element power you build up and with any healing spells you have equipped that haven't been used, it'll consume those. You can use consumable healing items, or you could choose not to heal at all.
So I missed, and then I crit, which essentially evens each other out. So I'm only going to do 1 here.
Yeah, so Ryokun's kind of watching his damage here. He's looking to kind of get right before half health and then kind of make a big push to damage Marcy to avoid that Ice Blast. Right back, kid, please. Thank you. Alright. Once Marcy's in critical health, she'll use Ice Blast. So
She died that time.
Well done.
God dang it. Damage rolls. Why couldn't she die last time when I did that? I got the Ice Blast. Okay. We weren't mentioning it. She has a rare drop that's Iron, and her common drop is Ice Blast. We want the Ice Blast every time. It is so much better. Alright.
Yeah, that Ice Blast is the common drop, and it, like many drops in this game, the common is often the better drop. Smart move there. So Raccoon took off the tablets there to be able to use them for healing.
It's so hard to turn that corner on fast forward without running into this encounter. There's certain rooms where like it feels like your run speed is different in different rooms, and this room just you zoom. It's ridiculous. So I'm just gonna toggle that off. That switch hitbox is impossible, by the way. I hate it. That sucks. It's fine though. Surge should be powerful enough just to take these out with two 2/2s at this point. Kid is sometimes strong enough to take them out at this point, but usually still needs some help. Doesn't help if she misses.
Yeah, we were talking about the Dragoon Gauntlet earlier. Before Search didn't have it equipped, and now with it equipped, you can just see such a big difference with this attack. Earlier, those 2s were doing 20 damage, and now they're doing 32.
Okay. We got some more tablets from that, so if we were in trouble, we could use those here. Alright, I do have to slow down for the door. It closes its eye so short of a time and fast forward. Those doors with the eyeball, when you talk to them when the eyeball's open, you get an encounter. And they're even worse than that big robot we had to fight. So you wait until it closes before you open it. Right, Lynx. Please be nice, Lynx. Just, you know, behave. It'll be fine. I'll give you a dog biscuit, even though you're a cat.
Yeah. Yeah, so the big thing for this fight is once Lynx goes into critical HP, you'll use a Nostrum, which is a powerful heal.
We're gonna... That was very nice that you attacked Pierre. It's fine.
Ooh, it misses.
I have to go. I can't push this any further.
Yeah, so by going Ryoku means that using that pilfer there, if Lynx goes into critical HP, his script's going to change. Or actually, it doesn't matter if he goes to critical HP. So you just want to use a spell before, when he's in critical HP before he goes again, to avoid the Nostrum.
4. So I can 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I had to count stamina.
Yep. Yeah, so these are all triggering counter spells from Lynx. Again, to avoid that heal.
He's gonna heal anyway. Oh!
Well done.
Ooh, +2 strength. That was scary, but we made it through without him healing. Sorry, I couldn't explain what I was doing because I was having to go extremely off script and count stamina.
Hey, you're still 20 minutes ahead of non-fast forwards.
Yeah.
That's a win.
For context, Nostrum is a consumable healing item, and it heals for 200. So at this point in the game, him healing for 200 is really bad. And you'll notice that he was beating us up really hard. Kid had 7 health. So I really did not want that to happen.
Yeah, I really like those cutscenes.
Oh, he's about to say the thing, Andy.
Oh, the thing.
So people always debate, is this a real sequel to Chrono Trigger or not? The lore answer is that this is in the same world as Chrono Trigger in an alternate timeline. So you can make up your mind, but Lynx is about to call us the Chrono Trigger, the the name
You
call
gotta-
out. The Chrono trigger.
He said it.
He said the thing. So we're about to abandon Pierre, and we're going to lose Kid for a bit. So we took off the elements that Pierre had because they're important. And the iron dagger that we gave Kid, she's never going to be used in combat again. So taking it off just means I have the option to sell it for safety if I need just a little bit more money at some point. So just to rub in the fact that we're never going to use her again, we just gave her back her starting basic tier 1 dagger before she passes out, and she's going to have that for the rest of the game. It really is not on purpose that being mean to Kid is the fastest solution in the speedrun. It's just how it kind of wound up happening, you know?
Yeah, because if that wasn't the... I mean, if we were to say Kid, it'd be an optional detour, as you were mentioning earlier. That doesn't reward us with anything that's going to make the run faster.
The JRTA community likes to do like special races with different goals than just any percent. And sometimes they do a save Kid route where you have to do this dungeon, you have to save her, and then you have to get the Chrono Cross and do the mini side dungeon and rescue her before you defeat the final boss. And it's a fun little side category. It's just very different, and Fort Dragonia becomes very hard. Last time they did it, I was watching some of the VODs, and it looked like a lot of the people were picking Guile, just because he's a good magic caster that does a lot of damage. You can't use Frog Prince, but you just give him some elements and he can do enough damage you can kind of get through it. But if your strength is low, it's really bad. So we need to go to Fort Dragonia. Korcha took us here on his boat. We're on an island, and we're like, hey, can we borrow your boat so we can leave? And he's like, nope. So his mom comes in and is like, hey, why are you being mean to your friends? And grounds him and says that she's going to take the boat since she bought it for him.
What I was going to ask you was, did you ever look into Nikki? We were talking about earlier about Lena being the only blue innate character, but of the 3 characters you can recruit in Termia, Nikki's also blue innate. So I'm curious if you ever did work on that.
I never looked at that because unfortunately Nikki's dungeon is the longest one.
Gotcha.
So out of the 3 characters, you have to do something to recruit them. Pierre, you just get the medal and hand it to him. Nikki, you have to do some stuff to even go with Nikki, and then... Oop, I'm hitting the wrong option. And then you have to go through a dungeon that has a boss, and Nikki's dungeon is even longer than climbing the cliffs of the manor. So I just never even really considered that one. Because Lena's a better magic caster anyway. So if like you're looking for the blue element just to cast magic, then Lena gets the job done.
Speaking of elements, this shop now has some new elements. Level 2 and 3 elements are now available.
What did I just buy a bunch of? Okay, we're fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you got tablets.
I thought I didn't buy medicine for a second, but I did. So I confused myself. May have done a run recently or forgot to buy medicine, and then I had to deal with flu for a little bit. Not fun.
Ooh.
Don't have the axe. Oops. That's an annoying mistake because I have to go back in and then see all that dialogue again. Oh, she doesn't repeat it. I thought she did. Okay.
Saw you got a weapon there for Lena. You must really want to attack with her.
Yeah, so some weapons have interesting properties for them. Lena's going to have to do some attacking, and her attack damage isn't really a big deal. But her Iron Ladle increases her accuracy. It's funny, because the route on this has gone back and forth on, like, whether or not people buy the Ladle for Lena or not. And especially for a marathon showcase, I'm just going to buy it. I don't want to deal with the missing... She'll miss anyway, but, you know, we can pretend it'll help.
Yeah.
So I've got an interesting question from chat.
Oh, I do. Okay. What's that?
What would 100% in this game entail, and how long do you think it would take?
So
Ooh.
that's a big argument, and we've sidestepped the issue by we have a all characters route instead. Because
Yeah, it's tough for 100% when the game itself doesn't define it.
yeah, a lot of people want 100% to include a lot of things like that other people just don't, because there's a lot of completionist things that you could do.
Yeah, for example, would you go for every tech, every item? Most people would say yes. But then would you say that you need to get a level of, I think, star in this game, or 99, the max level? Would that also be 100%?
Oh, I need to quit before that.
And spoilers, this game has a very large cast. I think 45 characters. That also means several different types of weapons. So if you want to get every item and weapon, that's a whole lot. And I also saw the question in chat, is this any percent? For English community, we have decided that the any percent good ending is the right thing to do. It's actually technically 2 minutes slower with non-fast forward. I'm not sure with fast forward if it makes a difference. The JP community does the bad ending where they don't get the Chrono Cross and don't use it. You can still lock out the Time Devour, the final boss, and defeat him without him taking more than one turn. But for us, we get the Chrono Cross.
It's partially because of the way the JRTA times the fight as well. With JRTA timing, I don't know if they still use traditional JRTA timing, but when, you know, this was all being set up and what was sort of our default, traditional JRTA timing ends when the end screen pops up. So doing the good ending adds even more time, since it adds extra stuff onto the ending before you get that the end screen. We just like the good ending, and it's a really short detour. It only takes a little bit of time, and it's just a nice capstone to the run. So most people just run good ending.
Yeah, it's kind of like, even though you're not playing the game to be casual, it has like a casual fulfillment of like doing that ending, because most people like tend to gravitate towards doing that sort of ending to their casual playthrough. Yeah, Ryokun gained the ability to bind additional different turn elements. Moving forward, we're going to be seeing those in play a lot.
If you're lucky, Polly will not use that attack in this fight at all. If you're unlucky, Polly will use it on Lena. So I was scared.
Right?
What's up?
Good fight.
+2 strength again.
Nice.
Surge. Surge keeps missing strength ups and then getting a +2 strength for the next fight, just to tease me. You'll also notice that in battles where enemies talk to you during the battle, the text box is different. And you can auto-close all of those dialogues as fast as possible by holding circle. So if you're ever wondering how we can just blitz through those instantly, that's how. Our strength is good enough, we should still be fine here, even though we missed. He also uses strength in here, which powers us up. This is the main reason we want Glenn, is this dual tech X strike. It's a red element, and it uses both their strength, and it's very powerful. We can use that to cheese a lot of fights in the late game. Strength again.
Wow. Your stats are looking really good.
All right, everybody, choose a number between 1 and 3 for key RNG. Put it in chat. Which guard do you think has the key? First, second, or third? 1 is very good, 3 is very bad. I see a lot of 2s. Now people realizing that I said 3 is bad, everybody's correcting themselves to 3. Very much appreciated.
In a way, there's kind of a 4.
True, but that's only if you, the player, make a mistake.
That never happened.
I've totally never done that on a marathon before. What are you talking about? People are apologizing. I know you're not sorry. Alright.
One of the worst bosses coming up, doors.
Yeah, I'm not fast forwarding this. It's hard enough without fast forward. That door is impossible. I hate it so much.
Literally impossible.
Alright, we're gonna slow down here, because we're gonna try the thing! I didn't even talk to him. Alright, so there's a thing where you need to talk to a couple of guards here, and if you do it right, you can keep this enemy chasing you the entire time where you're doing all the sequences of text boxes. We call it the ghost dance. And it saves just a little bit of time if you get it. It's not worth trying again. So unless we get like a bad formation here, just kill this enemy and then do the text advance. I'm very bad at the ghost dance. I've never been good at the ghost dance. I mean, I haven't practiced it a lot, so there's that.
It's a tricky one to get. I mess it up quite a bit myself.
Door, please!
Showing off that door.
Wasn't even fast forwarded.
I see you're going for the safe.
Yeah. What is this lag? Hello? I don't like this formation, but we'll just take it.
Those crossbones are very slow if they get to use their tech skill.
Oh, didn't use it. Okay. I'm just gonna X-strike it. Get out of here.
So yeah, triggering a key to spawn, can spawn in 1 of 3 different spots. The most optimal is in the next room.
Yeah, because we need to fight this one anyway for the Panacea.
Yeah, the Panacea is a cure-all status consumable item. Good fight.
Oh, we got 3. Well, all the 3 guessers were correct.
If when your character rolls a +2, they get a lag mini star here.
Ooh, okay. If we get lucky on damage rolls... Oh, okay. That works. High roll, please. Nice. Oh wait, my strength's high enough where that's always gonna work. Never mind. If you have low strength, sometimes they can survive the dash and slash. I always talk to him twice on accident, and then I get an extra iron I don't need. This room behaves differently, I swear, in Remaster. His timing is different. I don't know why. Also, he gets stuck on Lena constantly. I've been unable to get this in like one go. He got stuck!
Oh!
Like I said,
that
he gets
was mean
stuck!
game. Mean
No!
game.
Oh, I got juked so hard.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like most most enemies will just go through your other party members like all the time, but then sometimes they actually kind of block, like Lena was doing there. Hey, you didn't get caught on that one. Nice.
Alright, I'm not fast forwarding on this one because I hate this right here. Ooh! Oh! I turned around and the one behind me charged and caught me.
Yeah, the enemies in this room are very random.
There's two of those little skulls, you can barely see them, and they're...
Oh, wow.
You're kidding me. They're facing opposite directions and start on opposite sides of the hallway, and they'll give a random delay. What is this lag?
They can smell it, Railcoon. They can smell that you're doing a run on GDQ.
And then they give a random delay and then they charge forward really fast. It's the worst. So this is a forced fight that is not required. If you're low on money and you get a Wraith like that, you can just fight him. Because he'll give you about 700 gold. But we're good on money, so we're just going to run away. Buy some repels at the next Pokemart, if only. Something's going on. I think we're gonna try and take our first break somewhere I can save and restart the game.
Okay.
Like, when we get there, I think I'll just try and get that. We are close to an hour mark, so we could probably do that pretty soon if you want, Tina.
Yeah, we're on your schedule.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice crit.
crit.
Oops, that's Glenn, not Lena. So this is the requisite RPG undead enemy that you can cast a cure spell on to do damage. There you go. You did the thing.
It's unfortunate this is the only boss in the game that is undead that we can do that to.
Is this gonna kill? Wow. That crit.
Never seen the fight end there.
We have high strength and we crit, so... So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go out to the world map, I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna close the game, try and figure out why it's lagging like that. And then we can take our first break here, so... I'm gonna pause my timer, and yeah. Tina, take over.
All right, so just like Railcoon said, for hotfix shows for longer runs, we take wellness breaks. Now's a great time to refill your water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself, be healthy. We're going to be back in just about 5 minutes, and you're going to get to watch way more of this fantastic game. Just undervalued classic. And great runner, great commentary. We will see you in just about 5 minutes. And we are back. It is time for some more Chrono Cross, played very quickly, on fast forward, in fact, right after a couple of announcements. Just for everybody who wasn't here right at the start of the show, just some stuff that you're going to want to be aware of. First and foremost, Frame Fatales is going to be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st through the 27th. The marathon schedule is out now. You can type !FF in Twitch chat or head on over to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more info. Prize submissions are open now. Check the site for more information about that. One and Doneathon is coming up again, where you get to show off your favorite run, and that's the only appearance that you ever get in One and Doneathon. You can type !OADAT for One and Doneathon to see the schedule. Check out Games Done Quick on Instagram to get bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and to see all of the behind-the-scenes, the stuff that happens at the events. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered in the GDQ Twitch chat help to support weekly hotfix content like this show. Please consider subscribing if you enjoy the weekly hotfix content. If you're watching this on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching us live. We start weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. And finally, tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Bargain Bin at its new time. It's a show about speedruns of games that you can find cheap, and then followed after that is going to be She is Speed. And now it's time for some more Chrono Cross. Railcoon, take it away.
All right, I'm going to resume in 3, 2, 1, go. One of the fun things about this is you get to see the hint on the save screen that you normally wouldn't see. It's like, go to the water dragon aisle, because it expects you to use the ice ray to freeze the lava. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, the one nice thing you get from doing that side quest is the Frog Prince summon, but luckily for us, we're still going to get that spell. Nice movement there.
Oops. One too many cancels. Whoops. We are messing this up. It's fine.
Yeah, on the ghost ship, most of the enemies are black and 8, so having Surge as the main damage dealer is ideal. But throughout here, Glenn is going to be doing the main bulk of it. Switching some elements around, putting the attack gear, remove it from Surge and putting it on Glenn. As you can see, selecting elements takes a bit of time, so the speedrun's designed to put on the bulk of the stuff and not really touch that menu at all. And it just cuts down on the menus and the time spent in them.
Alright, so chat, there's going to be a text box here where Pepper spams W. And in the translation they changed it to WH, but in our hearts it's still a W. So get ready to spam Ws. Even with fast forward and me holding the circle button, it'll be obvious. They're teaching us about trap elements, something we'll never use in the run.
What? I love it still takes a certain amount of time to get off the screen.
I had a practice run, the last time I did this actually, where Glenn entered the party with 20 strength. I'd never seen that high before. So on this fight, he was doing unheard of levels of damage. Okay, getting more... I shouldn't have healed there, it's fine. We have enough tablets. It's just habit to heal, you know? This little hyena thing can either charge the right or the left. So I always just stop and see which way it's charging instead of risking it. So the consequence for running through the lava like we're doing is that you take damage while you're in the lava, which we can just cancel with healing before the fights. We didn't get either of the rare drops there, which is honestly preferred. You can get a Skyjin ring or a Dragoon Gauntlet, which can increase your damage a lot, but you don't get the defensive options, which are really, really handy this entire section of the game. So I don't even like getting the rare drops. I didn't see what Glenn's strength was.
I think it was like 19.
Yeah, so I'm going to play it safe on the safer strategy.
What strength were you looking for? You were going to go to a 20. Yeah, this dragon's quite mean. That's where raccoons take a little more time to count AP here.
I also misinput, so I was counting AP and then I'm like, crap. Just gonna defend, stamina. Stop that.
Earlier I mentioned that Marcy had a nice AP at 7. That's because if you use up 6 AP and then do a 3-3, it just works out nicely where you get these nice stamina recoveries. But for fights like this dragon that had 6 AP, that's not the case. So Genius ups the character's magic power, and then Magnify enhances all elemental damage by 50%, and it's a permanent effect for the rest of the battle.
I'm gonna safety Aqua Beam here because I wasn't counting the damage like I should.
Nice.
We got burned, which is gonna be annoying. Gotta cure that. Strength again?
So 15 magic, Lena, 20 strength, Surge, and 19 strength, Glenn. Nice stats going into this fight.
This is sort of a gauntlet of fights. Some of them are way more difficult than others, and you'll see why we brought Lena as we get in. Surge! Stop missing the easy ones, Surge!
He needs some glasses. I mean, there's not really any fight where you want to miss, but it's like especially punishing in a fight like this with 3 enemies.
We're definitely gonna have the stupid Geronimo from Zoa. Not gonna be able to skip that. I would like for him to take his turn before I magnify. Yeah, there we go. Because if I magnified before that, Glenn would be very dead. Oops, wrong way. It's over here. Okay. Don't hit Glenn. Just don't do it. Stop! Please?
Any crit. That was a good call on to defend.
Alright, this should kill.
Good recovery.
That was scary. What the heck? More strength. Oh, I would like any of these fights to not be terrifying. Please. This is an upscale of the FMV using a mod that's on Nexus Mods, the AI upscale cutscene mod. It is not the default cutscene in this version. But, I mean, we don't have rules in place yet, but I mean, I'd imagine since it's not changing the cutscenes in any significant way, I don't see why it wouldn't be allowed. Get frozen, please. I'd love for you to be frozen. Nope.
Yeah, I love that you're taking the approach of running what you like, because, yeah, as a community, as you hinted earlier, we haven't been able to kind of define the right perimeters with the game less than optimized at this time, as far as performance goes. So the theme has been run what you want.
So this is a fight that's just here, and if you don't do the side quest with the water dragon, it just gives you the frog prince. It's amazing.
Glory of the frog prince.
There are a few mods and fixes to change the optimization of this version. So, like, especially if you are interested in this game and you want to pick up Radical Dreamers Edition, I definitely recommend picking up a PC port, since you can mod it to make some of the performance issues less of a problem. We just haven't figured out which one is the best, and if there's timing differences between them. It's trying to figure out how to make a leaderboard around it is difficult, and we got to do a lot of testing on it. That's why we don't have any concrete rules in place yet. Oops, that's the wrong button. I like using a PS4 controller on my PC, but that's like the one issue is pressing the select button is not easy.
I know that pain. I found a PS2 adapter to USB that I like using.
I wait here because these bats can change direction, and it's the worst. You think you know what's going on, you see where the bat is, you start to run, and then they change and they start going the other way around the circle. So I've just stopped messing with it. I just wait for a second. I give them a chance, make sure they're not lying to me, and then I keep going.
And sometimes they like to get stuck too. And
if you get too
find
close to them,
enemies.
they slow down. Like, they legitimately try to, like, turn around and get you.
Oh,
Trying to get a perfect cycle in this room on fast forward is so hard. Just, you'll bump into a wall, you'll mess up your movement very slightly. It just... No, I thought I waited.
Oh,
I
thought you
waited.
had it.
Oh.
Yes. Between those two fights, you can see how misleading the hitbox is on those bats.
I knew he was in a bad spot. I just didn't wait long enough. And unfortunately, this bat is one of those ones where if you get caught once, it sort of sets it up that you're in a position to be caught again. So you have to wait. Which I tried to do, I just did it wrong. I mean, his magic is good, so we don't have to worry too much here. Wow. They missed all three. That's rare.
They saw you were holding the medicine, and he knew I'm not going to bother with flu.
That's annoying. Lena did not get a good refresh.
Oh. Curse you.
You had to say something.
Yeah, so flu makes it so you can't use any blue elements.
I hate this. What do I even do? Just wait for it to time out? Does it time out? I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
Wait, Glenn has Panacea.
But that's going to distribute blue field.
It will, but I have elements to get it back. And I'm gonna lose the Magnify, but it's fine. I need Glenn to have...
Magnify will stay, but the Genius, yeah.
Glenn needs a level. I can do this. It gives a very tiny damage boost.
There we go.
I have not had to do that in so long, I just completely forgot about the Panacea. Ooh. Oh, that was Lena that got the +2. Never mind. I'm used to the second one being Glenn, but because of that puzzle, it switches Lena and Glenn. I was like, ooh, +2. Let's go. Did it use it? It did, okay.
18 magic on Lena, very nice.
It's definitely happened before. That's never happened before. It's just that's rare enough that I forgot how to deal with it.
Yeah, for the speedrun, it's nice that the first boss that's routed is a blue innate. Kind of gives you a welcome to summoning the frog prince there.
Alright, I'm just going for it. Slowing down here, there's this enemy is so annoying and I'm not good at dodging it normally, so I just keep fast forward on and run at them and hope it works. It works more often than you'd expect.
I noticed in this version, it seems like a few additional frames, seconds where you can not see the enemy compared to the PlayStation counterpart.
Oh, he was fading out. He was starting to fade. I thought I had it. It's unfortunate. That actually hurts.
It's your AP roll. No, it was worth it. That was the pretty spell.
I meant to heal. It's fine. It was stream value. Yeah. Did it for the fans. That's the best excuse I got.
RNG minute.
Alright, I'm gonna be quiet on this fight. Hitting Glenn is fine. That's turn white.
Fun fact, even though these Taurusoid uses these wrestling moves, they're actually magic tech and not physical base. Shout out to a robot having a six-pack.
It's fine.
Sometimes you see Ryokun using a turn blue or aqua beam. That's just to get color on the field or for a faster cast animation compared to the aqua ball, which would technically do more damage. Wow, big damage. .24 strength surge.
What is going on with Surge?
You didn't hit the...
Oh, yep, you're right. Thanks.
Yeah.
I do that more often than I should, because I'm just so hyper-focused on Taurusoid and going around. Look, we're done, we're moving, and I just I didn't interact with the thing.
Very trolly boss.
It's probably the most dangerous boss in here. And, technically, you could do this in any order. We do Taurusoid last, just so you have more stats getting there. Higher chance of it being a good fight. That was a gold split, by the way, on Taurusoid.
Nice.
Oh, right, still have to do this. I was already thinking about creepypasta. Next boss is named Son of a Gun, but it makes really creepy faces, so I like to call it creepypasta. That's it, that's the whole story.
I like it.
That one's the easiest puzzle, and I love how easy it is. The direction that the dragon is facing is north. You have to get facing to the right, so you always pick a compass direction that'll send you into the right path. Alright, how about you just behave today? Just give me a good roll, please? Okay.
They look like they're in a good mood. Actually, I mean, I had to miss there. Nice.
On this fight, since it takes so little damage, you either use turn blues or aqua beams, depending on how good Lena's magic is. Since her magic is really good, just use the turn blues instead. Well, Surge got another strength up. Glenn's falling a little behind. But it's fine, because after this dungeon we lose Glenn for a while. Comes back, has had a lot of opportunities to get strength in the background. I hate this section of enemy dodges. I've never found a consistent way past this guy. he wiggles on the staircase, and the perspective makes it like really tough to tell if he's all the way out or if he's all the way on the wall. And then he'll move right when you're running pie. He'll just be like, nope, I'm just gonna dodge sideways and get you.
Yeah, he's a big troll.
A lot of enemies have some form of predictable movement, and just that guy just trolls. Okay. If I get a like instant roll I'm running, I'm not dealing with the chance of like... Yeah, okay. So this boss has a safe strat, but if you miss too much on a low AP roll, the element that the boss will use is Inferno, which is a very powerful spell that will one-shot your party. So when that happens, I just don't... not messing with it.
Yeah, it's
That's much
really
better.
unforgiving.
And especially since the autosave here is at the beginning of Fort Dragonia.
This boss starts off as a red innate, but then we'll switch to a black innate.
So the objective best team in the game, like, in terms of power, is Surge, Glenn, and any blue innate character. Because Vigora is just that good.
Makes the AP roll for the second phase.
Yeah, that was very kind. Her magic is good. I don't have to Aqua Beam. Aqua Beam that one. This might kill? No.
You get to show off Luminaire.
Yeah, I could probably finish that with physical attacks, but I don't want to risk it.
Magic for Surgipoo.
It's like one of the only times Surge gets to cast it, too. There's some strength for Glenn. And yes, Glenn is not Frog. It is a common question because of Chrono Trigger and that whole thing. This is not Frog. He just has the same name. I suppose because they wanted to do the X-Strike reference. I'm not entirely sure why they made that decision. It is not Frog.
Also a good donation choice of a name for Glenn.
It's just Frog.
not Frog.
Yeah. Oh, not Frog? Yeah.
Or Frog, yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
going to do
24
the simple.
strength for Glenn's nice.
Yeah, Glenn has highest of strength. I could do different strat, but I'm just going to do the normal one. It's easier. I'm being lazy.
Yep. You don't have to worry about AP rolls and
Yeah.
all that. So yeah, for as much as we talked about stats, there's going to be never a point where Railkun can't finish a run. Just higher stats allow for like faster strats and safer strats.
Doing Dragon God on low strength is pain, but it's possible.
Nice. I'm not saying it.
Okay, we got it.
Oof.
I appreciate it, even though you're saying I'm not saying it is kind of pushing it. So that's the common drop. The other one we were talking about earlier with the Ice Blast. If you don't get the common drop, it's pain. You can get by without it. You'd prefer to have it. Okay, ow. Should be fine. One of the weird things with fast forward is it adds some like fake input delay. I call it fake because what happens is a lot of these menu animations are to hide loading, and when you speed them up, it's still loading. So you can't do your inputs until it's done loading. So it feels like it's input delay. Could you not?
Ooh. Yeah, so one unfortunate thing with a death like that is that Glenn had a turn white element on him, but with the death, the turn white doesn't persist. Strength and will persist through death, as does Eagle Eye and Genius. But turn elements do not.
Well, we'll just Luminaire here. Make up for the damage we lost. Our stats were high enough we probably didn't have to Luminaire if he didn't die. Woo! Just get out of here.
Yeah.
I didn't have
130
stamina,
wasted.
and I knew that would kill.
Oh, very nice drop there, the Skyrim. So I don't know if you got the Penta, whatever item from Link's 1.
From the Pendragon Sigil? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
There's a backup if you miss both of them in the volcano. You don't ever want to have to use that backup, but it's there. Pendragon Sigil is probably the least well-explained item in the game, on like what it does versus what the item description says it does.
It's a horrible description.
It's a really cool item that has a really cool effect and lets you do some really interesting things. The game just doesn't tell that to you. We'll get more into what it does when we get closer to the Green Dragon, because it's important in that fight. But if you've played this casually and you haven't, like, researched what that item does, it doesn't do what you think it does.
Oh no.
So unfortunately, we got the bad RNG because Lynx was picking on Glenn, not Surge. So we're basically full health in this fight. Because this is a forced loss. So you want Lynx to beat up Surge and not kill him. So that you enter this with low health. But we're just full health, so we just gotta hope they do good damage to us. Surge next, please. Thank you. Surge should do enough.
Good job. When I was playing this version casually, I only played up to this part, but I accidentally turned on like the no damage for this fight, and I didn't realize I did that.
Oh no.
And I wasn't dying, and I was like, what the heck's going on here? And then I just put on auto battle. It took an hour to get through this fight.
Yeah, they have very high HP. You can beat it in New Game Plus, where you can do way more damage, like casually without using cheats, but it's hard. And the story advances when you lose, so...
If you want to do that meme run with auto battle every fight, expect an hour here.
I'm trying to route auto battle would be difficult, because auto battle's not smart. You have to change like what elements you equip. Like, you really have to get into the AI of auto battle, what it likes to do, and figure out how to give it the best tools.
I'm curious to see it. Now you got to do it, Ryokun. You just sold me on it.
I don't have time to route that, Andy.
Come on. Someone out there in chat is listening to this, and we'll do it.
Yeah, this cutscene of kids standing on the beach that I think we see 3 times in the run. Even though this never happens, it's always Surge remembering kid when this happens. Hey, look, it's the menu screen moment.
Like in awe in all these cutscenes, seeing it in all the glory.
Yeah, the upscale mod is really good. Okay. If you miss your movement at all, you need to turn off fast forward, because Sprig will beat you to the door and then it closes.
Like this area a lot between the music and the backgrounds. Very pretty.
That was really good movement on fast forward. That's way harder than it looks. Like, anytime I just do that where I run smoothly through an area without bumping at all, I'm just like, oh, that was nice. I'm just proud of myself, you know? Because movement's probably just the hardest thing in fast forward. It's... certain screens are almost uncontrollably fast, you know?
Yeah, it's weird how like the orientation of the hitboxes are on the terrain. Like sometimes it's just like nice and smooth, and then sometimes you get stuck on like a jagged edge that you wonder why it even exists. Oh, nice.
That's why I put the little fast forward indicator on my webcam area, so you can see when I'm turning it on and off, because sometimes for enemy dodges it's just like, let's just toggle it off for a second.
Yeah, that's a really nice touch. I like that.
Unfortunately, there's literally no other useful information in the widescreen area of the game. It's just the fast forward and like achievements pop up down there.
But yeah, blah blah plot. We've been in another world most of the game. We're finally back in our original home world.
I'm not gonna try text skip on fast forward.
Don't blame me at all.
You can soft lock there. When you try
Would
for
never do
text
that.
skip. Andy would never soft lock. I didn't do my equip. It's fine. It's not super important for this fight.
Hey, you have a few new friends there in our party.
We are introduced to the MVP of this section of the run, Sprig. You want to explain how Sprig works while I do this?
Yeah, Sprig has a really poor element grid, but has the almighty doppelganger ability. And that allows her to transform into these set creatures that all have their own stats. And you can gain new monsters, new doppelgangers, but Sprig has to do the kill, and she can't use magic. There's also accessory, the Forget-Me-Not pot, that if one of your allies has equipped, if they kill an enemy, Sprig will gain that doppelganger. For speedrun, we're going to be using Lagoonate, and later on we'll get someone else.
It's fine. Sorry, I was getting photon beamed. I was scared.
And yeah, Sprig's doppelgangers have pretty much what I call a fixed eagle eye built into it, which is also very nice.
Yeah, they're all very accurate. And though if you choose the right ones, they have very high stats. Some of them don't have very high stats. There are some doppelgangs that are essentially a trap. You don't want to ever use them.
And yeah, that was me casually long ago, was using Sprig once with the doppelganger and be like, why would I do this?
Gold earring.
Oh, I misspoke earlier. I said that Sprig can't gain the doppelganger if she attacks with magic. That was a lie. She doesn't get it if she kills in her doppelganger form.
Yes. That is the important distinction, because we are going to kill with magic later on. This dog is in a really bad spot. Ah!
Very trolley spot.
Should be able to run past it after I run away, though. I don't think it's blocking me. I'm gonna turn off speed up just in case. It is blocking me. Okay. Get over here. Chase me.
Yeah, after you get into an encounter, the enemy itself has a few iframes, so it won't trigger another encounter. But if like 2 enemies are stacked on top of each other, the second will trigger the fight.
Which is important later on. Oh, I ran into the puppy! I never run into the puppy, I always just YOLO it! Yeah, the puppies sometimes fight each other a little bit. They're play fighting.
Question in chat, is Radical Dreamers not the normal game?
Radical Dreamers is a different... Radical Dreamers Edition?
Yes.
Yes, this is a different version of the game that was just released.
Yeah, so a few months ago, Square came out with this version that's on all major platforms. And it also included the game Radical Dreamers, which was a Japanese-only exclusive release on the... it was on the SNES, technically, the satellite view, which was an accessory that would allow people to download at various times of the day a game or files from the internet. I never saw an English release or a release anywhere outside of Japan until this version.
Yeah, this is the first like official English release, because there's been some like translated patches like made by fans. This is the first time you can play like an official English version.
Yeah, and I consider that game like the alpha Chrono Cross. You can kind of see some of the aspects in that game that kind of got remolded into what would become Chrono Cross.
Yeah, the explanation that I saw from an interview was that it was essentially like somebody wrote a short story and then decided to turn it into a novel. So like there's elements that exist between the two, but things that are in the short story are not necessarily true anymore, as they had to like expand it out to a full novelization.
One of the things I love about that is there's like some Chrono Cross tracks that they used in that game, and just listening to like on like the SNES sound chip is quite the treat. Speaking of treats of music, this game has many, including this song here. Raccoon's setting up elements for the next big chunk of the game. Putting elements that are used more often closer to the default cursor position.
I forgot to equip something on Link's. I always forget to equip this. It's fine. We're just manipulating the menu to be in a better position. Sure.
Yeah.
Oops, that's not the right button. These last two elements are important. So Toma here, we have to talk to this second option, and then we have to close only a few of these text boxes to get the next story flag. So you advance a few and you just start running away, and you'll have closed enough to advance the story. It's a nice little time save over listening to his, like, I think 12 text boxes on the topic. It's a lot. This is the longest section of doing non-fight stuff in the game, but thanks to speed up, this is down to around 10-12 minutes instead of 20 plus on the PlayStation version. You save so much time here.
You read my mind, because I was going to make the comment that of everything in this run, I hate this part the most just because it's the most downtime.
Yeah. Overall, it's a very good run that's got a good mixture of some downtime and a lot of action. And this is the one instance where there's just so much downtime in the run. There's something like 40 plus bosses that you fight in the run over 7 hours. And there's like enemy dodging, interesting menuing. It's a very like fast-paced JRPG. Which is why I think it's become so popular. There's a pretty big community around it. But this part is just the one really slow part. And this is interesting, watch. I did not turn off fast forward. The game turned it off. And if I start pressing the button, you can hear that on stream, but probably not on Discord, it will not turn on. They enforced that you cannot use fast forward in here. Probably it breaks the minigame in some way. I'm not sure. That's like the only explanation I can think of. And there's also a manipulation here if Fargo doesn't give you good luck to lose instantly, because you need to lose. This like game will keep going until you lose. But you can't pause during the game to make yourself lose anymore, because people used to do that to cheat the casino after the story. But you can still open this menu, so I'm going to be using that instead. It does change the timing a little bit, so... Hopefully, Fargo just hits east. No, of course he doesn't. So I'm looking for north. Because we want to lose as fast as possible.
Yep. Yeah, you can only lose or tie. There's no winning here. Do you know on the PlayStation 1 version if you can fast forward through here?
I think you can. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
So you have to watch this cutscene. There's a lot of like very specific story flags that exist in the boat. You have to get them all in the right order, otherwise it just doesn't work. We figured out the best way through here. It's just unfortunately still takes a few minutes. We gotta watch the magic show to learn that Snef can turn people into cats. And we have to turn into a cat so we can steal the lever on the thing that Fargo's using to rig the betting.
Yeah, Snef might be the only character in this world that can actually use magic.
I mean, magic definitely exists, like the dragons and their blessings and everything. There's definitely some magic elements to that. The Frozen Flame has some magical abilities. But yeah, I think he's like the only in-person character we see use magic outright like this. Go in the door! I'm even holding the walk button while fast forwarding just to make it easier, and doors are the real boss of this game.
Really are.
Ah! Okay.
Yeah, the hitbox on that handle is quite wonky. Yeah, this ship is big, and as Railkun was saying, all the story triggers are needed in the right order. This place is paying casually.
I tried to not walk. I was punished. That door sometimes behaves better, and I was like, we'll just go for it. Well, it'll look good if we get it, right?
Yeah.
If you have troubles with doors and you're playing casually, the recommendation is hold the walk button and use the D-pad. Don't use the analog. That'll get you through doors much easier. But when we're trying to go fast, we try to get the quick door as a speedrunner, and then we get punished every time.
I'm happy you came to this room, because there's been so many times where I've been focused on like, okay, now I got the fight coming up, and I forget to come in here.
You go to Sage without actually unlocking the door.
Whoops.
I like how good of a sport Fargo is. He's been just absolutely scamming people out of their money. And then you catch him in his scam, and you remove the thing that lets him... that was the wrong way. I need to go downstairs. You remove the thing that lets him keep running the scam. And then he's like, oh, how'd you do that? Oh, that's an interesting handle you have there. And he laughs it off and is like, well, you out-scammed the scammer. Good job. So this is sort of set up in a way where you think you're supposed to follow the sage, but it's actually just changed the screen a number of times and it advances. Alright, I'm going to spam the down button and try to hit the second option. I got it, because it saves a little bit of time. Skips a few text boxes. But with fast forward, if I miss it, it's not a big deal.
I noticed that you leave the camera on normal mode.
Yep.
Just preference.
Yeah, that's just how I learned. It's consistent for most fights. Some of them it changes. The camera, the way it pans in the other mode just kind of makes me queasy.
Gotcha.
There's two different camera modes. The one that I'm using and another one. The other one is good because it makes your inputs to select your party members consistent. But it does a really weird zoom in that I'm not a fan of. That was...
Oh.
I tried to defend. Oh no,
that's easy to do.
That's the downside of being able to run away from every battle.
It's also like a downside that, well, this version's not as bad with the inputs, but as you were saying with the fast forward, sometimes it can feel / proceed as a misinput. Kind of a unique thing with this boss here is that if you use magic on him elements, he'll counter with various elements based on what you use. Instead, Railkun's just using elements on his own characters, and the Sage's script is just going to be use physical attacks. Wow.
Link's damage here isn't super important, so I just go for the 3/3. But now that he's beating up the Lagoonit, I will go for the guaranteed damage, just to make sure we don't give the Sage another turn. But generally, I just go for the 3/3s for the fast animations. He'll land a couple, and then, it's just faster animations. But you gotta know when to cut your risk when he decides to punch the Lagoonit 3 times in a row and crit him once, That's the downside of using the turn black on the Lagoonit. It makes the Lagoonit do more damage to Sage, but Sage will also do more damage to the Lagoonit.
Also noticed that your Lynx is 28 strength. Again, very nice.
I'm expecting the shoe to drop on Lynx's strength at some point. All my practice runs have ended in the low 40 strength territory, which is not good. No, I don't have to go here. I need to do the Fiddler Crab first. Getting ahead of myself a little bit.
I can see that being a challenge with doing the fast forward is that you don't have as much time to like kind of gather your thoughts as you're kind of moving place to place.
For sure. I definitely do that more often on fast forward. So the Masamune is blocking the way. It's an evil sword. There's a holy sword called the Einlanzer, which can cleanse it. We gotta go find it. This is another one of the big cutscene areas normally, but thanks to fast forward, this is actually very short, even though there's quite a few cutscenes in a row here. My gold split here, Andy, is 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Just ridiculously fast.
Yeah, I think it's... I don't know for sure, but I feel like 13 minutes might be... I'm normally looking at 10 or 13. Yeah, watching you run this in the times, like, if I was to come back to this game, this becomes, like, way more inviting.
Oh, yeah. That's, like, the main thing that kind of drove me away from Chrono Cross for a bit, was a combination of health issues and just not being able to sit for a 7-hour run anymore. Is that 5? That's 5.
No, thank you.
Sometimes it's hard to see how many there are in the opening camera pan. We're searching for particular enemy patterns here. We'll take most of them, just not 5 enemies or the one that includes the deadhead. Why are you doing that? 5 again.
Yeah, the deadhead is the boss from the ship, which is still really strong for this part of the game. Then you get the ideal fight.
Ooh, nice. No, not on Harley. Why? Every time! She didn't get confused.
No. Nice.
I swear that's like an 80% confused chance. It hits like every time.
Yep, that's where it's nice just run away from the 5 fights. And you got Inferno.
Nice. Oh, I thought I could get by him on left. Inferno, we're not using it for the damage. It just has a higher chance to burn. And on a later fight, if we can get a burn on an enemy, it will save us a little bit of time.
Yeah, burn lowers defense by 2 or 3, I've heard. Physical and magical.
You can fast forward the walk.
Fast forward, roleplay walk, go.
That's so much better than having to do that long walk. Oh. I don't like this formation, but we'll take it. We're gonna... we'll do that. Please don't confuse. Woo. I should have
grind for
attacked,
a time.
Should have attacked one of the little ones. That probably would have killed it. What was that?
I was gonna say grind for a really good time. Like of all the RNG elements in the run, like the encounters here like have a big effect on grinding for those super low times.
That didn't kill? Oh, they're trapping me, Andy.
Oh no.
What am I gonna do?
Good thing you're not using those elements at the moment.
I don't even have any elements that can be trapped. Well, actually, Inferno can be, right?
Yes. Yep.
You're trying to steal my Inferno.
Oh no. They want it back.
So this enemy is an optional enemy. It's one of the only optional fights we take. But its stats are very good. and Sprig can learn to transform into it. So we have this script set up to try and make sure that Sprig gets the kill here.
I think there's like 81 enemies you can learn the doppelganger form, and White Knight is one of the highest like strengths. The only ones really higher are like the 3 optional bosses.
I didn't equip Magnify. I don't know how I did that.
Super high magic go.
Should be fine with the turn white. I think Sprig's magic was good enough. Okay, I'll just have to do some physical attacks. So we'll do a stamina refresh here.
Yeah, so the scary thing here is only Sprig can get the kill to make this work. If the other 2 kill, it's GG.
It's low enough health that we should be fine. It's just, this is going to be a pain. I used to equip a second element to make a safety for this on Sprig, but it hasn't been necessary with the new route. Okay, the resistance wore off. It's taking real damage again. It's just, I can't attack with them because I wasn't counting the HP, so I don't know how close he is. I risked it. I don't want Sprig dying. Please.
It's really nice that you have autosaves, though.
Oh, stop critting Sprig! Please! You're getting a preview on why we want this enemy. There we go.
All things considered, impressive recovery on that.
Alright, I don't think I need to equip Magnify. Yeah, I'm not gonna use it before I need to put it on somebody else. That was the only fight we need to Magnify for.
Yep, that was quite a few fights I had to run through, but you're correct.
There's definitely some sections of fights where if you didn't have Magnify on, you need to rectify that. I would, normally run away, but I'd have to reset the room and fight that Will-O-Wisp again. Actually, not even sure if that one respawns. I couldn't remember, so I just didn't risk it.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Very kind AP roll there. This boss is a jerk. It's quite fast with 6 AP.
I have to switch to the bad start.
Yeah. We've been talking about Magnify diminishes like the other half of that, which cuts all elemental damage by 50%.
Ha!
And this tech is magic base. That's exactly why you want to use diminish.
My stamina's in a weird spot because I started off with a good start and switched to the bad start because of misses. But we've got it figured out. We should be back on the normal script now.
at the end there. Using a second black element, pushed the one white off and gave +2 to black, so White Knight's level 3 attack went from 300 damage to 430, just again showing the importance of those colors.
I guess it does respawn. Crap.
We're learning as a family.
If I thought about it, I'd remember I have to dodge it on the way out, which like answers the question. But in the moment, I was too scared that it wouldn't respawn. Because you need to kill one of those to fight the White Knight. So if I had to run away, I'd have to kill another one next to the White Knight to start the fight again.
Yeah, and in a run like this, like on a stage like this, you just rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah, you take a short time loss for safety. I thought that Will-O-Wisp was going to try and get in front of me. So we're going to unlock the Dead Sea here, but we're coming up on 2 hours. Tina, if you want to take another break here.
Yep, whenever you're ready for it.
Right. After this little text, we will pause in 3, 2, 1, pause. I'm just going to save again. And I'm good.
All right, then. It's that time. Great time to go refill your water, stretch your legs. We've got about 5 minutes. Then it's going to be time for some more amazing Chrono Cross gameplay. And we are back. It's going to be time for some more Chrono Cross, but just for anybody who's shown up since the last break, a couple of announcements for everyone. Frame Fatales will be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st through the 27th. The schedule's out now. You can type !FF for Frame Fatales in Twitch chat, or head on over to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more info. Prize submissions are now open. Check the site for more information on that. One and Doneathon is coming up again, where you get to show off your favorite run, and then that's your only appearance in the One and Doneathon series. You can type !OADAT for One and Doneathon to see the schedule. Check out Games Done Quick on Instagram to get bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and to see what happens at the events. Your subs, your Prime Gaming subs, your gift subs, and all bits cheered in the GDQ Twitch channel help to support weekly hotfix content like this. If you're enjoying this show, if you enjoy the other hotfix content, please consider subscribing. If you're watching this on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching the live content, starting weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. And finally, tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Bargain Bin at its new time. It's a show about speedruns of games that you can find cheap if you want to pick them up, and that's going to be followed by She Is Speed. But for now, we get to watch... There's been so much happening, and it's a great chill run to watch, but there's so much tech going on in this run so far. And it's only going to get more wild from here on out, so Railcoon.
Yeah, if you're curious about like all of the tech that's going on and the very, the details of what's happening, there's been some really good runs, especially at RPG Limit Break, with some very in-depth commentary that'll probably answer some of the questions that we're just skipping over. Just this is so fast, we can't go over everything. But I'm just going to load this save that I just made and get right back into it. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. So this is probably the most story-relevant game. People get very confused about the story. Most story-relevant area, excuse me. People get confused about the story of this game, and this is probably where most of it gets explained. The problem is most of it's in one big series of text boxes that is kind of a lot, so people don't always, digest all the information. So what happened was when, at the end of Chrono Trigger, when you defeat Lavos, you save the world, but you create an alternate timeline, because that's what happens when you change time. And then, because of that, There's an area where timelines that no longer exist that were removed, like that. I'm looking at the wrong fight. Okay, I'm very confused. It's like, what's going on? Okay. It's fine. That's not super important that we're looking at the wrong fight here. So, timelines that no longer exist because they were stopped go to this place called the Dead Sea. And that's where we are right now. And we're heading there because there's a story item called the Frozen Flame that's supposed to be here. So we're heading to this area, trying to track down the Frozen Flame, because supposedly we can turn back into our own body if we can get to the Frozen Flame. And then we're going to meet a character named Miguel, who's going to explain the whole thing and fate and how this all ties together. And we're going to skip through all those text boxes really quickly.
You just mean the concept of fate, right?
No, there's a computer system called Fate.
Oh. Yeah, that checks out. Wow, was that a double crit?
Yeah, it was. And I don't even have the stone weapon yet. And then the White Knight crit, excuse me?
Hold up.
I definitely scrolled down too long and was looking at the Miguel notes. I was like, none of this makes any sense. What's going on? And I was like, just doing it anyway. I was like, oh, I'm looking at Miguel. So I wasted a bunch of stamina, or a bunch of AP there on stuff I didn't need to do, but it's fine, because that fight really is not dangerous.
Sure, crits like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, only on the level 3, the fierce attacks, can you get a crit, and it's rare to see double crits like that.
We will see a lot more crits coming up, both because stone weapons are guaranteed crits on mechanical enemies. Some weapon types have guaranteed crits on certain enemy types. And then we're going to pick up the Master Immune, which is guaranteed crits on a bunch of story bosses. So we're going to see a bunch of them coming up, but most of them we know are going to happen because of weapon typing. I just need this person to move. This enemy has a cutscene attack that on non-fast forward lasts legitimately a minute. So you just do not mess with getting into an encounter with that enemy.
Yeah, and that's an automatic 0 AP roll, so you're seeing that cutscene. Yeah, the weapon types, I wish they would explored more with and added more, but feels like it was an afterthought.
Yeah, I wish there was like an NPC that would explain it to you. You just kind of have to figure it out through trial and error. Like if it was a system where it was in the help files, like these certain enemy types get crit by these weapon types, and you can make that decision strategically, I think it would be a cool system. But since it's just sort of there and nobody ever tells you about it, it just feels like an afterthought, you know? Even though it very clearly isn't an afterthought, they put some time and effort into it. Oh wow, I actually talked to the bell.
Characters look familiar?
Oh, I wonder who these characters are. So yeah, this is Chrono, Marl, and Luca explaining to you that they saved the world, but because of that, this timeline where Lavos destroyed the world was destroyed and was sent here to the Dead Sea. And now we're figuring out why Lynx wanted us, to switch bodies with us, because like we, as a child, were exposed to the Frozen Flame, and there's this whole thing where like the Frozen Flame chooses an arbiter, and only they can use the Frozen Flame, and many people have died trying to get to the Frozen Flame, but Surge was on the verge of dying, and the Frozen Flame saved his life. He became the arbiter. So Lynx wanted to switch bodies with us so he can control the Frozen Flame. That's the whole big story reveal here, besides the sequel tie-in stuff. Okay, we got a decent start. He anti-blacked Harl. So I'm gonna switch down here. That's the entire reason why we bought an element at the store earlier, so we can fix her having anti-black. Oh. I gotta switch this around a little bit because she missed. Okay, we're going off script on Miguel. It's a really scary thing to say, but Blackout Harley. Now we just need to diminish. Diminish. Oh my god, that's so scary.
That was at half damage there, that 159.
Did you really just kill Lynx? Oh, okay. Whew.
Thing is defended. Well done.
Oh my god, going off script on this fight is the scariest thing. Tina was commenting during the break, and this is hilarious, that we have very highly scripted fights for all of the really dangerous and difficult fights. And we commented on that earlier, and I've gone off script on every single one. Some of them have been my fault, but some of them are just like Harley missed, you know? And it's like, well, we're already halfway through the script. I either run away and reset it, or I try to save it. And I spent 3 months routing this game. This is a game that I've loved for a long time, and way back in the earlier days of speedrunning, it's a game I heard a lot of people toss around as like, I'd love to speedrun this game, but nobody's ever run it before. So it's scary for people to pick it up. And I spent 3 months like going over the Japanese runs and the segmented English run and another Japanese run that I'm pretty sure was segmented. Like going over strats, building an initial route for English. And a lot of other people, Evil Ash, Andy, Handy, Carbon, have really come in later and improved the route significantly. My PS2 time, I think they've beaten it by an hour and 40 minutes at this point. So they've done a lot of extra work to make this route a lot better. And like big shout outs, there's been a huge community that's formed around it. I love this game. But I've put so much time into it because of the routing and all the other stuff that I'm more comfortable going off script on some of these fights. If you're learning the game and you have to like change the script on a fight like Miguel, make absolutely certain you're counting the AP. Our notes indicate the bosses how much AP they have, and so you can use that to know when their next turn is coming up. But if you're doing your first run and you get a bunch of misses on Miguel, just run. Don't risk dying on that fight. So I'm doing a strat here that is slightly foolish, but it's the way I like to route. So this is an objective we have to do at some point, and we are right next to it. So I'm going to try and get it now. If I mess it up, it's going to lose me several minutes. But if I play well, then I save some time doing it now. Oh my god, that was scary. Oh my god.
They gave you a really nice pattern and then the scare.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the fishes here move like based on your movement, and if you get hung up there, again, those enemies they're just going to start stacking on top of you, and the only way out is to fight your way out. Well done.
That was terrifying. So we're going to sell the golden tiara. That's the other benefit of fighting the... Words are hard.
White Knight there.
The White Knight, yes. You get the golden tiara, it sells for 75,000, and now we're fine on money. We have so much money, it's never a concern. We can buy more of anything we need just for faster menuing.
White Knight's been doing so well, why would you need a stone swallow?
Well, there's some mechanical enemies coming up, and we were just talking about how stone weapons auto-crit mechanical enemies. Also, strength, like, Lynx's strength is up high enough at this point that he's doing reasonable damage. So even just the chip damage comparatively from Lynx is part of our strategies. So giving him a better weapon just lets him do a little bit more damage, save a couple turns on some of the fights coming up.
Yeah, with taking out Miguel, you gain the ability to transcend between the two worlds, home world and another world.
Oh, come on!
Oh, the troll.
It's in the middle of the doorway too, so I have to back up and just wait.
Yeah, there was literally nothing you could do there.
There are some enemies like this that walk off screen for a little bit. And the amount of time that they take to walk back on screen is random. So in that instance, when it's not there, you just run at the doorway and hope, and there's not really anything else you can do. So fun thing here for your casual playthrough, in this room, in the back, there is a hidden pickup. It's not on a chest, you just walk in the right spot and you pick up a Dragoon's Honor. If you leave the room and come back, it respawns. So you can pick up as many Dragoon's Honors as you want. They're very good casually. They give 1 strength, 1 magic, and a little boost to your accuracy. So what you can do casually is you pick up a bunch of those and you put them onto your party members you don't use as frequently. So you don't want to give them your best equipment, but they've got some good equipment, and then suddenly your party is way better.
I didn't know about that. I knew about the glory.
Is that a glory back there?
The glory is with the flag. With Viper later on.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's an honor in there.
Okay. Huh.
So we're going to give Harley this Dreamer's bandana we got. It's called the Dreamer's Scarf in the PlayStation version. It means that she starts every battle with 1 element level. And we get 2 of these. You can get more through some side quests, but the 2 that we get, we equip and make good usage of. So very handy to be able to start a battle with just 1 element level and not have to attack once to be able to cast some of her stuff like Strengthen, Eagle Eye, Turn White, the Turn Colors.
Yeah, that's another huge advantage to doing the Master Moon side quest is getting that second Dreamer Scarf. It's easily to overlook it, but it's a big pickup.
So there's this whole thing going on where we're talking to Norris, and everybody thinks we're Lynx, and Lynx was helping the poor military, and they've invaded, but Norris doesn't agree with how his superiors are handling the situation, so asks us to free a prisoner that Norris doesn't think should be imprisoned, so that he doesn't have to, like, directly disobey his superiors. I hate this dungeon so much. On fast forward, it is so easy just to crash into enemies at every turn. Ah!
Oh,
How did that not get pushed?
yeah, the barrel also has a very trolly hitbox. Got stuck on something.
I saw it didn't get pushed, so I ran up into it again, and then it just... Yeah, it was definitely stuck on something. It's weird. I need this guy to move.
And he's being a troll.
Oh, come on! He dodged in front of me. Some of these enemies have somewhat predictable paths, and some of them have what looks like a predictable path, Like, they do the same thing most of the time, and then every once in a while they decide to be different. And this guy is doing that right now, and it's not fun. What are you doing? Right.
Yeah, I can see the challenge with the fast forward. I mean, aside from the super fast speed, but it's moments like this where you're waiting and you can't. I mean, you could wait with fast forward on, but it's very risky.
Yeah, that's why I tend to like turn it on and off when I'm doing that. Yeah, so for people asking about the fast forward is normally a New Game Plus thing. And the Radical Dreamers edition did a few things where you can do boosts and like enhancements, but it also just enables fast forward no matter what. What did I... Oh, I went all the way around. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So what it means is that without having to turn on any of the boosts or battle enhancements, you can still use fast forward in this version of the game. So I've been running this category any percent with fast forward just because it... Ooh, that was scary.
Beautiful dodge there.
Just because it's a fun way to speed up the game without enabling any of the... What?
Oh!
He just walked into me for like 2 seconds and didn't start a fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
I have never seen that one before, so there you go. That's never happened before,
one.
number 2. I'm so scared. I'm just like tapping it on and off constantly. No! That one was me hitting the wrong angle on my analog. I tried to cut it too close.
Well, it also looked like the corner there kind of like bumped you a certain way. The movement I just kind of recognized from doing it myself so much.
Yeah. Alright, I can fast forward through here pretty well. I turn it off here so I don't accidentally get sucked down. Alright, we're through the worst part of this dungeon. Just these enemies have really large hitboxes and the hallways are really narrow. I don't like this section. It's so annoying. Thankfully, at the end of this section, we get a pretty easy boss. The White Knight will take care of this boss pretty handily. And compared to some other bosses in the part of the story, has pretty low health. It's like half the health of the next boss, for instance.
Yeah, the scaling's so weird because, yeah, this thing's got like 1300 health, and then the two after are both at 3k. This is also one of the fights that like go well like all the time until it doesn't, and if it slightly gets off script, like it can be scary between a miss and bad AP roll.
Yeah, if it goes bad and you get a bunch of misses and the boss focuses one person, it can kind of be a pain.
Mm-hmm.
But so much has to go wrong for it to be a pain. Because you need bad misses, bad AP roll, and for the boss to focus fire. Alright, it's time for cha-cha-cha-cha.
Let's get cooking.
So one of the fun things they do in this game, since there's so many characters, is a lot of times there isn't character-specific dialogue, just party member 2 says a thing. And so what they did was a lot of the characters have their own kind of dialect, ways that they talk to make them unique. And Korcha's family all add cha onto the end of words. And in this cutscene, when you're talking to Orcha here, he just says cha even more than the rest of his family. So, on my splits, this is just called cha-cha-cha.
Yeah, an era just before like voice acting became a thing. Like I absolutely adore the like accents, the dialects. Gives a voice to the character.
I had to stop and think, because Harley missed, but it doesn't really matter that she missed. She just had to cast the element there. And then she's gonna Ice Blast here. Oh, she needs one more to Ice Blast. So that's the difference. I think one important thing we haven't covered is sometimes you'll see me wait before I input an attack, and that's very important. Because Andy mentioned that there's some amount that you can push past the enemy's AP, but generally it is one additional attack. So if I know that I can get an attack in without triggering their turn, then I will wait and let that animation finish, because that's the important part. Once the animation finishes, it calculates if the enemy has their turn yet. And then I can quickly do 2 3s. So just blast way past their AP counter and make sure that they just don't interrupt me.
Yeah, another thing you can do is you can watch the bar. You'll see it go from red to gray. If it's grayed out, it's kind of past, and if it's red, it's in a buffer state.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I saw with that was that you were doing that with fast forward, and the timing changed quite a bit, but you nailed it like well, like it was quick.
Yeah. I've just sort of got a feel for it, just because I've been playing this a bunch to practice. You have to kind of play by the feel a lot on fast forward, because what I was talking about with like the loading, it means that like there's what feels like input delay, but it's really just have to wait a second before you start putting in your inputs. And then like as long as you let it finish loading, then your inputs, as long as you put them in normally, they'll go through fine. But I also do that basically any time that Sprig is transforming. I do 3 1s and a 2 for 5 levels. So I do 1 1, and then I wait. And then as long as they don't get a 2 AP roll, I can do the next 2 always. Because most of our strategies are designed around, does Sprig get to 5 levels or not? So that makes it so that I can more frequently get her to 5.
Yeah, Grobek's not necessarily like dangerous, but it's like a tougher fight to get the fight optimal. Like a lot of different little things can happen. Like you can end up in a scenario where you have 3 white elements, you don't have the black element on the field, but it can be hard to kind of like purposely make that happen, and it can also mess you up.
Oh, I forgot to turn white links. It's fine. Should kill? No? Everybody is so low health. This one should. Yeah, there we go.
Nice. $33 strength. Woo-wee.
It's pretty good for this point in the game. I had a run when I was practicing where Surge got hard stuck at 26 strength from here through all the dragons. It was awful.
Yeah, it's nice to have 32 strength here for this guy. Let's see auto crit in action. With less than 32 strength, you can see some extra attacks, and this is the attack that's super slow. I'm kind of sad because you get a restroom break here because the scene actually autoplays, but with fast forward, not so lucky.
Yeah. That's a good question. I don't think we've explained that. Eagle Eye, turn elements, strengthen, don't really matter what element level you put them on. They have the same effect no matter what element level you put it on. Attack elements, when you put them in a negative slot, so it's lower than their default level, then they do less damage. But for just status effects, it doesn't change them at all. So we tend to put them in the lowest level that we can.
Yeah, that's where it's like really abused using Strengthen Eagle Eye, which the game tells you is a base level 4 element. But as Ryokun was just saying, like as a level 1 element, it works the same.
I've gotten a few minor gold splits on this run, and some of best is down even closer to 4 hours now.
Nice.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask if Grobik was an inspiration to naming for you.
No, it wasn't actually.
Oh.
It was actually a StarCraft player who was the inspiration for me. I was at a point where I didn't really just have a nickname that I used everywhere. And I was like trying to figure out what I wanted to like have a consistent name. Hang on 1 second. Menuing.
Yep. Yeah, so real quick there, Grobik was thrown in the party to save a text box leaving there, and then Karsh is needed for the next part to do the Master Moon. You don't have to do the Master Moon now, but it's just the most optimal to do it right here as far as like world movement goes. And you also have Harley that's equipped to handle the fight. She will not be with us much longer.
So yeah, there was a StarCraft player named Rekrul, whose name backwards was Lurker. And I was like, that's cool. And I just started like looking at different names and what they look like backwards. I don't remember what made me think of Nuclear, but I got there and I was like, I like that. And I just sort of stuck since.
I still remember you telling the story, I believe you were saying on GDQ back.
This cutscene is so fast with fast forward. That's some like high impact training they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how you spar with the axe, but Karsh, it's Karsh. He can do it.
Karsh is just that good.
It's also really nice that for 10 years he was just standing there and they decided to come out and bathe him once in a while. Change his clothes.
Gosh darn it, Andy. So, Salt and Pepper, Karsh's subordinates, suspect that he killed Dario because he was jealous of him. And they're confronting him here, and, you know, Karsh is kind of remembering what happened, and he's like, that's not true. I can't tell you what happened, but that's not true. So they said, then fight us, you know, prove it to us. And doing this fight, for some reason, is required in the Master Moon quest.
The strat's also brilliant. Like Glenn, Karsh is green innate, so he's going to do big damage to Salt and Pepper here.
Oh, I didn't use a 1 here. It's fine.
Karsh's level 5 tech is an AoE base, and normally the AoE base has less damage than the level 3 techs, but his actually has even more power. It's just very slight, but it's going to be big here.
Especially since we have 2 green elements on the field.
Boom. Despite Salt and Pepper actually do get serious and can cast some nasty spells,
yeah.
but you don't get a chance in the speedrun.
They can cast Thunder Snake on you if you live long enough.
Yeah, that is scary.
Like, they full on use a summon on you.
As hinted earlier, the Master Moon is a detour. Without fast forward, it's like a 20-minute detour, but it pays itself with dividends with the auto crit on most enemy types in the game.
Even just the base power increase on enemies that it doesn't auto crit. It's such a powerful weapon. It's almost equivalent to the Spectral Swallow. There's some weird math going on behind the scenes as to why the Spectral Swallow on average does a little bit more damage than the Master Immune. But when you consider the fact that it has the auto crits, the Master Immune is just better, and it takes way too long to get the Spectral Swallow.
Yeah, part of that is the Spectral Swallow has 25 attack power, but it has a 20% swing. Like, most weapons have a 20% swing to it. So I think it ends up like between 21 and 24, where the Master Moon's at 23, but with only a 10% swing. So it's like hitting the average number higher a lot, and it ends up just being like a slight decrease compared to the Spectral, like not including the crits.
Yeah, the damage formula in this game is an entire thing. Some people have gone through it and applied the weapon numbers, and we know that cutscene's been doing that a lot recently. I don't know why. I might have to reinstall the cutscene mod. I think I might just have to reinstall period because of the lag that's been going on.
I just hope you're not mashing. That's all I'm going to say.
Look. It's this cutscene again. The one that we've never seen happen, but Serge keeps longingly remembering.
I mean, who is that character?
She's been in the party for a grand total of maybe 10 minutes. It's not been very long.
On the PlayStation version, it's possible to get a soft lock there if you're mashing. Totally has not happened to me.
Alright, for the fans, we're going to rename Zoa, as I always do. Andy likes to name Marcy Slappy. I like to rename Zoa. So we'll keep Marcy. And what we do is we give him the all caps. Oops, that was...
Oa,
yeah. I thought I left the Z. Zoa, okay. We never bring him in the party, but that's important.
very important. But my question to you, Raccoon, do you think he has like a deep like, hey, how's it going? Or like a, hey, how's it going, guys? Like, you think his voice is high pitch?
I don't know. I think the caps is just excitement. I think he's just really into everything that he does, you know? He's incapable of going less than 100%. That's the impression I get from Zoa.
I'm loving this. It's facts.
You like the lore?
Yeah, I love the lore. Very passionate.
So we're going to buy a couple more turn elements here. Skip the strength and accident, one more genius, and a bunch of sweet minds. Because we need a bunch more, and hitting up once and confirm gives us 11. And I think we only need like 3 or 4. So it's less inputs.
You see this dragon?
Yeah, so you have to fight that dragon if you do the Marbule side quest, but that's, I think, a 30-minute detour without fast forward. It's a lot. You have to do an entire side quest, a bunch of forced encounters, and then you have to watch the entire rock opera. I'm not kidding. It is a rock opera. What?
A great music.
There we go. Sometimes the hitbox on this thing is a little finicky.
Yes,
especially when you're fast forwarding. It's like, oh, you're not in the right spot.
how much magic?
Oops. Marcy has 19. Oh, not great.
But we're going to be hoping for that burn proc.
So take all this off of Karsh. Let's go to this. I went into Hardy Village on accident. Hardy Village's hitbox is pretty big. We're gonna make a trip here for the stone sword.
Yeah, again, in addition to raising attack power, higher level weapons also increase your hit. So that's one of the reasons to get the stone sword.
And I'm
also
gonna get
helps
the
with
vest
shit
here,
damage.
just for safety. You can skip that stone vest, especially if you're short on items, but yeah. We're gonna park here. We're gonna do this element menu.
Surely you wouldn't fight Dario at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is the absolute earliest you can fight Dario, and that's what we're gonna do. Which seems absolutely ridiculous. We do have Skyjin ring,
Yes.
which I'm gonna do instead of the magic ring. We want the revive here. Throw the Inferno on there. And we just need a weak-minded here. Turn red. Oops, I thought there was a turn blue there. No, it's just strengthen, eagle eye. 2 weak-mindeds. And a genius. Oops. I'm gonna put an extra one there, just safety. My magic's high enough, I shouldn't need it. But sometimes you wish you had that extra one. And we're gonna save. Again, this fight should be safe.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty challenging fight. Most people casually do not do this until later in the game, until after they've gotten the Marbule side quest done, they've fought the Black Dragon, and they've stolen the Black Plate. Because you can kind of cheese him with the Black Plate. Instead, we're going to abuse his AI, and I'll let Andy explain it because I'm going to be focusing.
Yeah, if you ever watched like the original Yu-Gi-Oh, and you know when he won Cypher the Sky Dragon with the like a little caveat with kind of the cards and getting locked into like a scripted AI, that's going to happen with Dario. He has like a normal script that he'll go through, but he also has this separate like counter element thing that he will do. So again, knowing that the game has like a hidden like system to how it does turns, which is after 7 AP, building up to 6 AP and then forcing the element onto Dario and getting him to reenact, like resets his turn. And that's how this is gonna kind of build into a kind of an infinite loop. The scariest part is with stamina refreshes. We haven't talked about plus AP rolls, but it is possible to get a plus AP roll. So with 7 AP, it is possible to roll up to plus 3. And you can be in a situation where where he gets a plus 3, and you just don't end up with enough negative stamina.
Yes,
and
bird.
Nice. And yeah, you'll end up with like 1 stamina, and you can't do anything, and then you're kind of just hoping Dario is nice.
So we're sacrificing Riddell here. Applies magic defense down. It also gets her out of the way for stamina manipulation.
Yeah, so using a white element triggers that conduct rod. Red, blue, green, and yellow are all debuffs.
I don't have Magnify equipped. That's what I need it for. I should have re-equipped it on that last menu. I forgot. Oh, that's bad. Okay, we're loading the save. Glad I made one. You cannot leave the screen. I think I loaded the wrong one. Yes, I did. Once you start that, you cannot leave that screen. And I just ran out of heal elements because I forgot to buy capsules. And I'm not doing that fight with Link's at 100 HP. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
I'm just gonna... I'm tempted to just... Oh, I'm on the wrong world. Termina, I guess?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, we got the burn and everything. Big sad.
Yeah, burn or Inferno gives a 50% chance for the burn, where Fire Pillar gives like a 20%. Again, that's like -2 or 3 the defense and magic defense. It helps at like any magic stab, but it pays hugely for like a lower magic, like less than 20 on Marcy, which is what Railcoon has.
And that's just an unfortunate thing. I forgot to equip Magnify earlier, and I like made a note of it. I was like, I don't need to equip it right now because I had another menu coming up, and I just forgot when I got to the extra menu to equip it. Because normally you'd already have it equipped here. So let's try that again. The reason I loaded the save is that I actually ran out of tablets, which are my healing elements. And I didn't have capsules, which I should have had. Just a different mistake that I made. And going into this fight with less than full health is no.
Dario hits hard. It's weird when auto save kicks in.
Auto saves kick in on various story points at any time you touch save point, as far as I can tell. So there's a few points where I will just take a few steps out of my way to walk over a save point. That'll give me the auto save. So especially just for a little bit of marathon safety, that saves a little bit of time compared to like actually saving.
Yeah, Dario is the hardest boss in the run, I would say.
Oh yeah, for sure. It took us a long time to get to this strategy in particular. It's probably one of the most iterated fights in the run as well.
Okay, starting AP.
One of the good things is that when you attack with blue and red, his counterattacks are very... Oh, didn't burn. Okay. Unfortunate. His counterattacks are just buffs and debuffs that really do not matter. They affect dodge chance, which we're not concerned about. Of course, we didn't get the burn that time. Oh, Marcy's magic is a little low. That's why I was excited for the burn, because it would have just offset her low magic, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, the weak-minded there, the kill off Riddell helps in 2 ways. It lowers Dario's magic defense, and then this fight is also setting up for just having Marcy alive. And that's the way stamina refreshes work. So right now everyone's negative. Okay, good.
Good stamina refresh.
That's where you can get the +3 roll. And no, sorry, that's coming up next.
I'm playing this version on PC.
Oh, you got the +3 roll.
Yep, it's fine, because we just defend here anyway.
Yep.
So... This is where... Okay, he killed her anyway. But I wanted to give her the element levels anyway, in case I had to do this. Do not revive Riddell.
One nice thing with the revive is the character will always come back with 7 stamina.
So I need to... I need to get Lynx out of here because we need Marcy solo for the end.
Oh, yeah.
Then we get to cast a bunch of Ice Blasts. And if I mash too hard, I die, so I'm gonna take those a little carefully.
Yeah, so Riplin's gonna be careful to burn up 6 AP and not more than that. And that's gonna guarantee the full stamina refresh every time. So yeah, pretty much like, again, Dario can get a max of 10 AP, and burning up 6 AP and then casting a spell, you're at 7. And with Marcy going in the whole like -6 stamina, Dario's next turn's gonna come up, and the game's gonna be like, oh, she's not ready to go, and basically fast forward to like the next turn. It's not jumping the script or nothing, but it's giving like an additional stamina recover to Marcy. But if like Dario, say, if he had 5 action points until his next turn and Marcy was like in the whole like -3 stamina, you would end up with her with like 2 stamina and Dario would take it action. Yeah, you see the damage dropping dramatically here. Part of it's because of the casting the lower level Ice Blast. Another thing is that the turn red fades off. Level 1 attacks have a higher chance to land. In addition, for this fight, like that chip damage really adds up, especially with a low magic Marcy.
I'm gonna have to cat's cradle and the string phone. He's very close to dead.
He has like 4k health, something like that.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
You can do that much faster, but I take my time at a marathon on that fight. Because if you mess up any of those inputs, he will kill you. There's no saving it if he gets a turn there. There's not a weaken.
And as we were talking about earlier, you got the second Dreamer's bandana. Man, that's weird to say.
Yeah.
Again, that gives you a +1 to elements. I knew Dario would just be a clone of like Glenn and Karsh, but it'd still be kind of cool if he was a playable character, as like his design. Yeah, Ryokun took the magnify off links to give to Marcy, and it also makes it so you can menu to his level 3 tech quicker in upcoming fights. This is going to be the party until we get Surge's real body back. Yarg, but why we be taking Fargo, Ryokun?
Fargo does a decent amount of damage with the stone sword. He's blue element, which when we kick Marcy out of the party means he can use some blue element stuff. He's just a decent static character who's easy to survive, and when we give him a sword, he does reasonable damage, and his damage is relevant, so... We have pretty limited choice on characters that we get here, and a lot of the characters, there's a stat that isn't explained very well in the game, and it's how much stamina do they recover. And that's like the most important stat in the game for the speedrun, because anybody who has less than a 1 on that, a 0.9, messes with our routing significantly. And a lot of the people we have access to right now do not have good stamina recovery, so it's just a combination of Fargo's got good stats, we can give him a sword, he can do decent damage, and he's blue. And this fanfare will play, even on fast forward. You have to wait for the sound. There's a couple places where that happens.
Yeah, you perfectly worded that. Like, it's crazy how important like a positive stamina recovery is, which 10 is a positive, and as you said, like a 0.9 and 0.8 is the lowest. So when you're spending like 1 action point for a character with 10 stamina refresh, that's going to be like 1 stam versus like a 0.8.
Yeah, the way it works is that it determines like when one person uses 1 stamina, how much stamina does the person get, other people in the party get back, and that's determined based on the stamina recovery of the person that's gaining the stamina.
And yeah, these enemies have a lot of health. Sadly, the Master Moon doesn't crit them, so Ryokun wisely running away from the 3 there.
Ooh, our strength is high enough that's still killed. That's nice. The crit from Fargo.
Yeah. Fargo always seems to get a good amount of crits in.
He does. I don't know why. Like, he seems to get more crits than he should. Ooh, a nice mini-star.
Mini-star? What's that?
So, we haven't talked about this much, but this game sort of has a grinding prevention thing. In between major bosses that give you a star, there's a maximum amount of stats you can gain. And you'll gain mostly just little bits of HP, maybe some resistance. But one thing they did is that after every so many encounters that you do, before you completely run out of the ability to gain stats, you'll have a sort of a level up, a mini level up, where you get a little bit more HP and you get some other stats that you might normally only be able to get on a full level up. And it's tied to the stats that you're going to get on your level up. And we try to route these so they appear in certain points where they're useful. So we just hit a mini star because we've killed enough non-boss encounters that we get one. And Surge/Lynx just got a strength up from that. So just a nice little bonus point of strength on the required fights. Remember to pick the second option. There we go. I always forget.
Yeah, that's an easy one to match, especially with fast forward speed. So you match to the default. Alright, don't look away, otherwise you're going to miss this dragon.
Yeah, we have enough. I have enough strength. I can do the fast strat for once. What the heck? That never happens.
That's like the reverse curse of marathon luck.
That's yellow. Not yellow. I think I can glide hook. Do you remember what his strength was?
I didn't see it outright. I don't know. I think it's 34.
I think this is enough. Oh, he's just short. Fargo should get him. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think that might be 35 strength, but I haven't looked at the notes forever. Still, good fight.
Oh, now we're 35.
Yeah, with these dragon fights, most of them are going to be a pushover. Their scripts are just not that bad and upfront, but they do cast some nasty elements.
Yeah, you're not expected to have the Master Immune for these, but the Master Immune auto-crits dragons. So all of these fights, if we Eagle Eye to make sure we don't miss, we'll get crits. And we abuse that heavily. I'm going to make my way over to the Water Dragon Isle, and we can take a break. So I'm going to save here. Alright, pausing in 3, 2, 1, pause.
Alrighty. Gosh, this is going by fast. I mean, it's
Yes,
an
it is.
RPG, so it's going by slow, but also it's going by fast.
That's awesome. I'm sorry, Rokun. I don't mean to like try to backseat game.
No, you're fine. It's appreciated.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Like that. I was like, oh.
Can't believe it. There's even a no backseat gaming tag. I mean, it's not on the channel right now, but it might be. You don't know.
I actually had to look. I'm like, oh no. Am I breaking the law?
All right, everyone, you know the drill. Now is a great time to stretch your legs, go for a very brisk walk, less than 5 minutes because we're going to be back pretty soon. But we are
Okay.
going to be right back, and then we're going to keep playing some Chrono Cross. And we are back. This might, gosh, I hate to say, like, this might actually be my favorite OST in games. It's close.
Just
And
the
getting to
rollback
just-
music?
It's so good.
It really is.
And we are going to get to listen to a bunch more of the OST. And also, we get to watch some gameplay too, I guess. I mean, that part's pretty cool as well. But first, a couple of announcements just for anybody who showed up since the last time that we took a break. First off, Flame Fatales is going to be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st through the 27th. The marathon schedule's out now. It's gonna be a really good one. Type !FF in chat for Frame Fatales, or head on over to gamesdonequick.com/Frame Fatales for more info. Prize submissions are now open. Check the site for more information. One and Doneathon is coming up. It's the marathon where you get to show off your absolute favorite run, and you better make sure it is your absolute favorite run because that's your only appearance in the One and Doneathon series. You can type !OADAT for One and Doneathon to see the schedule. Head on over to check out Games Done Quick on Instagram if you want to get some bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and see what happens at the events. Your subs, your Prime Gaming subs, your gift subs, and any bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help to support weekly hotfix content. Consider subscribing if you enjoy the content that we're bringing you just about every day, all week, every week. If you're watching this on YouTube, come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. We're probably live right now. I don't know what time it is when you're watching, but we're probably live. Why not? We start weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern, and it's always a fun time. Speaking of which, tomorrow, tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern for Bargain Bin at its new time. It's a show about speedruns of games that you can get real cheap, so if you're looking for a new run, you don't want to spend a bunch of money, this is the show for you. And then after that, She Is Speed will be on. But right now, Relkun is on and this run's been real good so far. So let's continue that trend.
All right, we're just gonna load this save in 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, so we have the Master Immune. Now we have to go get relics from all 6 dragons. If you remember, we got the Black Relic already because we didn't do the Marbule side quest. We are past the point where we're capable of doing that side quest even. So it just meant that if we go talk to the Black Dragon while he's asleep, then we just get the relic for free. That Lagoonit tried to get to encounter with me.
You'll have to wake up earlier than that to get you.
I don't know if you knew that, but I discovered if you run left and down on that screen, you can get onto the next screen faster. I did it on accident once.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like the screen's like a little bit tilted on that side.
Nope.
Can't get the 50% chance for one.
There's a Lagoonit there. I don't mess with any of the formations that have Lagoonits. I think it was 1 and 1. Also not running messing with that one.
Yep.
What the hell? There's like 2 Lagoonit formations. One of them's absolutely terrible. There's that one with the Manta Rays that's also terrible. You can get a single sidesteppa, you can get 2 sidesteppas. There's a single sidesteppa.
Yeah, you can't auto-crit these enemies, and they also add a bunch of blue to the field, which diminishes the strength and then turn red. Nice.
We have the sad music playing because we skipped the section, but this is the home world of the fairies, and a bunch of monsters have invaded, and all the fairies are gone. So it's sort of just leaving implied what happened. I mashed through, didn't pick the right choice. I do that so much on these 2 dragons. Almost all of the times where you have to pick a choice in this game, it's the first one. And there's only a couple ones where it's the second.
You know, just the big choices like taking kid or not.
Yeah, I slow down on that one. I don't mess around. Nice miss. Oh, risked it for the biscuit.
And for this dragon and the previous dragon, their AP is so large that really doesn't matter what you roll.
Play it safe here.
Dang. I'm so used to seeing lower length strengths or lower strength links.
Yeah. I took a risk and I went for a double fierce instead of the safer play, just because I was feeling it. Because if you get the double fierce, then you can true turn that without a glide hook when you have high strength. It's just a risk reward play. Ooh, he tried. I've been getting it better at dodging those like weird enemy movements on fast forward, just because I've been playing so much. It's one of those things where I'm also kind of shooting myself in the foot. I am very much not going to be able to go back to playing this in regular speed because it'll feel so slow.
Yeah. Yeah, first when you were telling me about this, I thought that there could be a setup for a lot of the fights, but now, like, watching in real time, because this is kind of like a live reaction to seeing this run. I saw a little bit at the end of the other day, but yeah, the enemies are all random, like their movement and the patterns. It adds a big layer to the challenge of dodging them.
How am I walking so fast? I have fast forward on because I'm playing the Radical Dreamers edition. If you look next to my quote-unquote webcam, there's an icon that shows when I'm turning it on or off, as I just did while I was explaining that. And it's just built into the game. There's other boosts. I'm not using any of the boosts. I'm just using the R2 button to fast forward. I think, yeah, I'm high enough strength. I don't have to... Oh, I missed. Okay, it's important to kill the one because the first one can summon more enemies if you don't take him out. We were complaining because you can kill that enemy without summoning extras. And since I missed, I didn't get that.
Yeah, and that's where, like, Railcoon mentioned that his strength was good enough he didn't have to worry about it. But if you're on the lower end of strength, that's where it kind of hurts you in that fight. So instead of getting away with a 2-2, like a 2-3 might be needed.
Yeah, and then a miss
also
hurts even more.
And then we haven't talked about, but the emails in this game is a different time, Railcoon. They have a little bit of a different HP value, don't they?
What the heck?
Oh, misses.
The double miss. Yeah, so enemies in this game, not all of them are capable of being male or female, but the ones that are, male enemies have a slight HP boost over their default value, and female have a slight HP debuff compared to the males. So when you're on a certain fight where it's, you know, close on whether or not you can kill them quickly or not, you take an extra second on the targeting menu, look, see if they're male or female. My strength's high enough that it doesn't matter. I should be able to take them out with a 2-2 no matter what this one is. I missed again. I got lucky.
But high AP roll.
Okay. So we're going to enter an area where we're going to do a lot of random encounters, and we're not, like, grinding. We should hopefully get a mini star here. My battles have been a little weird, so we might not here. But it's just, the story trigger here is you have to kill 7 enemies. So we're just going to head over here. There's a particular set that we kill. We go after the mantises because they're rather low health. They're easy to take down. But there are certain enemies we're avoiding if we see them in the formation.
Yeah. The Prehistoria men are going to be the ones that Railcoon's going to be looking out for.
Absolutely don't want to fight any of them. So we're going to hit these mantises that are around. 2 mantis is fine. I mean, we prefer to have just 1. That was not what I meant to do. This is one of the issues with fast forward is you have less time to look at your notes.
Yep.
Sometimes I have to stop in the fight just to look at my notes. Where normally, like, I'd just be glancing at it in downtime and preparing for the next part.
Well, absolutely. I could see that mess myself up a lot.
And of course, Link's missed.
Yeah, you'll see in these fights where if the bugs don't go and don't get extra green helmets on the field, the fight will go beautifully and Lynx will be doing a lot of damage. And then there are times where they just push the yellow off the field.
The 2 feathers don't matter anymore. It's a drop you'll see from them quite a bit.
How does a mantis have a feather? I don't know why that just popped in my head.
Something that it ate, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. Or just hang on to a little trophy.
Strengthen.
But yeah, this is the ideal fight, just 1 mantis. It's also where, like, having a really high strength can pay off beautifully. So you can kind of get away without using a strengthen and just to turn yellow. Sometimes.
Oh, I do have 36, and we just got the mini star. Didn't get strength, though. Not on Lynx. This guy likes to run away from you for some reason. It's annoying.
So what you did to his buddies, the screen over?
Nope, running away,
Oh.
running away. That's... Well, the enemies that are called the Prehistorics. We do not fight them. They have an AoE, I think it's called like Jungle Beats or something like that, and it can apply confusion to your entire party. And it's the same confusion from other RPGs. Your party members will start punching each other. It's real bad.
And they're also like red innate, so you can't quickly kill them off either. Yeah, as you're kind of making your way through here and killing these enemies, one thing I was going to say earlier when you were talking about the mini stars is kind of one unfortunate like side effect is that only the active party gets that mini star boost, so your reserve party doesn't get it. And for a casual experience, that can kind of hinder some characters' stats.
I don't want to fight two of them.
Yeah, these are the same enemy as what we fought on the ship way back with Fargo.
If I get two again, I'll just go with it. Okay.
Yeah, that chest didn't have anything that Ryokun needed, but it just works out nicely to grab that and then get into the fight with the bird.
Yeah, if we fight all these mantises plus that one bird, that means that we don't have to get into any fights with any of these Prehistorics. Because they're a rare person in these formations, but you walk into any of the Prehistorics walking around and you have to fight them. We want to avoid that. It's a huge time loss to fight them. It's also dangerous to Mantis, that's fine. If it'll load, hello? I think I just need to reinstall. We're still like trying to find the optimal ways of improving the performance on this game. There's a couple different ways of doing it. I haven't had these issues with this before, so I don't think a glide hook will kill that. So we'll just...
I think you were correct with that.
Oh, why did you miss? That'll kill, though.
I see the comment Ooga Booga in chat, and I know you're talking about Leah. We were talking about earlier that characters have a certain dialect to their speech, and that's Leia's is to say Ooga Booga. Along with characters like Mojo. In my headcanon, she is the daughter of Ayla. That's not a thing. Or it could be.
What?
No turn yellow.
Oh!
Don't know what happened to it.
What did I cast?
Maybe you cast a turn yellow on the bug?
No?
No? Good question.
I cast something.
A strengthen?
Made a strengthen on accident, yeah? That's an interesting take I haven't seen before. Leah is Ayla's mom. I don't think that works timeline-wise. I think just because she's going to name her daughter Ayla, I think that's more of just a reference, not that she's actually her mom. Just because... yeah, we're a couple million years later. Nice crit. Going for it.
Yeah, this area, again, grinding for a really good time. Can cost a lot of time with these fights here.
Come on, dude. Thank you. Oh, I thought you could squeeze by there. No, he cannot. That's the nice thing about fast forward is when they're trolling and just not moving where you want them to, you can just turn on fast forward. Do you want to turn around, buddy? Oh my god. What a troll. So the whole point is you come back in here after killing a certain number of enemies, and then, like, one of the characters is like, why is it so quiet? And that means that you have triggered the boss fight. We have a fun way of doing this fight. So we're going to start off by stealing, because this dinosaur has a power seal. The Dragoon Gauntlet that we have is +3. This is +5. So that's very nice.
Hope not to see Flappy Bird here. I should have just waited. Okay.
I was like, why would you say that when we can still take its turn?
Just one more thing. Yeah, that Pterodactyl's first move is to use Flat Bird. That adds a red element.
The Pterodactyl has something like 20 AP though. It's so high.
Alright.
Fargo got +2. Okay. Alright, so Pendragon Sigil. You want to explain what that does?
Yeah, so what it says something like converts element power into attack power, or maybe I'm actually referencing what it actually does. Green Dragon, he'll use the spell Carnivore. I believe it's any element that you can use that's level 5 and lower in the game. If you are wearing this accessory, you'll gain attack power from absorbing the element. It'll also turn your innate to the color of the spell. So Railcoon here is setting up for all green field. Just going to automatically trigger that Carnivore. You're going to see Link's turn to green. And his attack power is going to also increase dramatically. And now he's going to use it to turn yellow with the Strengthen to set up Link's very nicely here.
Yeah, it's the higher level element that's cast, the more strength you gain from it as well, which is the important part. So getting him to Carnivore us means that we gain a lot of power here.
Big difference.
I think I can 2 Glide Hook here. Yeah. Haha!
Very nice. And this is such a good fight to have that for, because this dragon's very fast with 5 AP. And he has a nasty script where he's just casting all these status ailments. Because that ability can only trigger with like level 5 elements and lore that you can use, it doesn't trigger from like enemy unique text. So there's nowhere else in the run that you can guarantee that like an element's going to be cast on a character and that you can kind of rat around, like taking advantage of that. That's the only fight where it's just guaranteed to set that up.
If you're doing the good ending fight on Lavos, letting him get his first green element off, which is usually either Tornado or Carnivore, is useful to do it faster. That's like the only other time you want to use it, is if you're doing bad ending.
And there's also 3 different versions of that, like a A, B, C. I don't know what they call it in this version.
Lesser...
And they word it different. Go ahead.
Lesser, greater, major, I think, is what it is in this version.
But they all do the same effect.
Need to go back to another world, which we'll do right now. There's a display you can show on the map screen to show whether you're in home or another world. I usually like to try and turn it on for marathons. I just forgot.
Yeah, I like that as well. It's nice. So why this Order of Dragons, Railcoon?
It puts the harder dragons at the back, so you have higher strength. And it also ranges it so that the Sky Dragon has to be fought last. So then... Oh, I didn't go wide enough around him. It puts us in the same world as where the Sky Dragon is when we finish the last dragon as well. Because the Fire Dragon is the 5th dragon, and then we get to go visit the Sky Dragon afterwards.
Yeah, there's 3 dragons in both worlds, and just works out the best. You just have to do the Sky Dragon last, as Ryokun was saying.
Alright, this screen is not fun. So you see me tapping the speed on and off. Okay, that was pretty good.
Yeah, those dogs are super trolls in there. And actually, this fight's a perfect example of like that Pendragon sigil
here!
not
What?
working.
I didn't know he could go up there! What?
He's walking through the salamander.
I literally
Can't do
can't walk up there to talk to him. I have to reset the room. I've never seen that before. There we go. That's never happened before.
Eh.
Oh my god. What a troll.
Wow. Thanks, Marcy.
It's not the biggest deal. She'll get her stamina back. But just the setup. These two defend. Just to give looks a little more stamina to Lynx.
This is all about setting up really for phase 2. The first phase, he has like 850 health and then like 3,700 health. If you're trying to steal the red plate, you can always steal it from the second form. Kratz Kato.
What is
Kratz-
going on? There's something wrong with the kid.
Yeah. Cat's Cradle to push Fire Dragon to phase 2 and add in another blue.
It stopped the moment I turned off fast forward, so I don't know. Something was weird.
Interesting. That's high AP roll too. Roar.
Didn't even need to glide hook.
I'm kind of glad this is happening on this platform, Ryokun, because I've had members come up and ask, like, well, why don't you just accept the mods? And I think this just shows, like, how it can just work differently, and it's not as cut, clear, and dry to just say, like, yes, let's allow this.
Yeah, I gotta figure out, like, why it's doing that. We gotta figure out, like, what's fair for everybody to be on even playing fields. This is why we haven't decided on anything yet. I should have waited until I ran through the lava to do that, but that's fine. Oh, he tried.
There are times where those dogs are stacked on top of each other and you don't know it, and then get unfortunate walk into one and... Oof. Not today.
So again, you're supposed to have a thing that freezes the lava, but if you use it there, you can't get through, which is kind of a troll thing. Like, to get to the fire dragon there, you have to not freeze the lava. What's up, Mr. Sky Dragon?
38 strength, so we might be able to see a quicker fight here.
You're
Depending
looking on
on...
the AP, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, so this dragon and like a lot of the dolls later on have a like heal trigger, and there's a way like buffered inputs can kind of be like abused, because a lot of these, if you hit the half health, the dragon will like interrupt all remaining turns and do the heal. But if you're doing a buffered input, if your first hit does damage,
That's a strength, and I'm like, what's
Oh,
going
no.
on? Okay, never mind.
if the first hit doesn't go over the 50% threshold, you won't trigger the auto heal with your second like buffered input. and then you can kind of get around heal triggers.
Too excited about the high strength. I completely forgot to strengthen.
That's right. Easy peasy.
$39. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you could be heading into the final dungeon with that.
I got so much practice on doing the end game with low strength. And then I've got reasonable strength for the first time since I've started doing this. Oh, it's so typical.
Oh,
like
no.
every single practice run was low strength. So this is a fight we could have done at any time. We put this off just because we need to come here at some point for the tier with the tier of hate to get the dragon emblem. And by waiting, it just means if we had lower strength, if we had a bad luck on the start, then it gives us some time to have some better stats and get the fast strat on this. Which is, if you have enough strength, you just do that.
Or Orla. Yeah, it just works out so nice that you finish up with the Sky Dragon, and then this just right here on top of the strength that you were just mentioning.
So we need to go talk to the sage. I don't remember what her name is. You show her the piece of the broken dragon's tear, and she's like, "Oh,
Oh my.
what is this?" And she gives us an item to show the other world's sage.
You already did that fish dance thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Ryokun was just saying that he has to go show the other world chief that pendant. But if he didn't get this the star fragment earlier, this would be like the next time to do it, but you would have to kind of go down out of your way. Oh, you're going for the thing that
Oh,
you
I'm
already
going
got.
to this place. Yeah, no. I gotta
You're just showing what I was
Sky
just
Dragon,
talking
Sky
about,
Dragon,
of how you would have to go out of your way.
I need to go up here.
Excellent job.
Totally go. Alright, I'm gonna try for the fast catch on Starkey with fast forward. It works sometimes, and most of the time doesn't.
Is it up left? Yeah, like Orla, you could fought Starkey like at any point after getting the star fragment. It just, again, best to do this at a higher strength.
If you do this early, you do about half damage as to what you're doing now. Did he fatigue me?
Starkey.
Starkey's my favorite. Starkey's great.
Negative.
Starkey and Razily. I used to have them in my party all the time just because they're both so cute. 40 strength. Okay. Oh, I missed. Crap.
Oh.
Okay, we
Yeah,
got a fast
Starkey's
catch afterwards.
Starkey's not a boss, but he's like the second encounter for the star level. Yeah, I absolutely love that when you go to Raidus like island hut, that the more like kids you have, like I think it's Draggy that says like more friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's adorable.
There's a couple of very unique dialogues you can get when you bring specific characters to specific places, and Draggy and Starkey have a bunch. We specifically avoided getting Starkey earlier because if you have him when you visit the Dead Sea for the first time, when Harley leaves, I don't need to show her anything, I just need to talk to her. Then there's an extra scene where Starkey's trying to comfort Harley before she leaves. So just a few more text boxes, takes a little bit longer. So even though we can pick him up pretty much whenever, we intentionally don't get him too early. Not just because of the, doing more damage, but we want to avoid the story cutscene that happens when you have him in the party.
Ryukun, can we stop being this cat and get our real body back?
Sure.
Okay.
When I was grinding this game and routing it, this cutscene coming up, no matter what I did, was always the stream preview on Twitch.
Oh no.
Just when it slowly pans up on Surge's butt. Every time. So the GDQ preview might be about to change. Come on, jump down. I don't know how it always worked out that way, it just did. Move. What the heck, dude?
Twitch knows what people want.
Alright, I need to heal now because we're running through lava again. And there's a little story thing where she's like, well, if you have the dragons tier, the fort unlocks. Which is sort of their explanation why you don't have to do all the puzzles again. Which is so thankful. Oh my god. If you had to do all the puzzles again, that'd be miserable. So we have 40 strength. Don't forget this time.
Ooh. Yeah, Dark Surge has in the script to use Pharaoh of Cats, but if you get a high AP roll in with a high strength, there's a strat to avoid it. And that's the sort of like improvement like in the last 5 years that's just been made, is fights like this of just optimizing, taking full advantage of higher stats and good AP rolls.
Oh, 10 health!
Easy.
Easy every time?
Yeah.
Not even close, baby!
Yeah, and that'd be sad
41.
if Lynx died there, having the only revive.
Oh, why did I go to heal? Because he almost died, so I was like convinced I needed to go heal him.
He needs.
I just needed to hover the capsule over him, Oh, not going that way. I'm so used to turning that way like 2 out of 3 times. I was just
Shoot.
trying to help him feel better. Just rub the capsule over him a little bit.
Yeah.
So here we go. We got a nice long cutscene here, and then we're back in Surge's own body. This little thing is explaining the dragons and some of the stuff about Lavos and tying things together a little bit more. We're mashing through it.
I don't get why they don't light up the mural for this, because you're like seeing nothing on the wall.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this cutscene always wound up being my stream preview on Twitch. Just the zoom in on the Surge butt.
They reprogrammed Twitch so the algorithm would hit that. Oh. I didn't realize his body like dissolved like into water, I guess. Like I never realized that on the other version. Wow. hurts to grow that fast. Sorry, I had.
God, it really does. I remember growing pains in high school. Just, regular growing.
Ooh, silky smooth.
Right there. That right there was always the stream preview. The butt. So need an update from people in chat. Let us know in a few minutes if the stream preview's changed. So there's a little optimization here. We used to put Glenn in the party immediately. Because he has access to the Einlanzer. But his damage isn't really super needed here. We can stick with Fargo and the Stone Sword. So we'll just keep him in the party a little bit longer. And then we'll switch to Glenn.
At Glenn's like level 1 elements, you can't equip that many. Marcy's still equipped for this next area. So yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, all the characters that you recruited as Surge, you can finally put back in your party.
It unequips you for some reason.
To me, like from like a routing standpoint, it's really unique that it's just so fortunate that you get Harl and Sprig to start off like the Link section. So there's no need to go out of your way for someone.
It just works out perfectly, the tools that we're given. So the order you talk to these triangles is important. There's a boss here after you talk to all three, and you get a different boss depending on which the order you talk to them in. I think it's the last one you talk to is the important one. And we're going after the red triangle last because that gives us Vita Unus, which drops an element called Vigora. And many of you wouldn't even know this element exists because this is the only way to get it, and it is probably the most powerful element in the game, period. It is extremely good, and because of how good it is, it's locked to being used by blue innate characters. Which is the other reason why Fargo is good. When we kick Marcy out and replace her with Glenn, we can keep Fargo around and he can cast it.
Yeah, this spell is very good. As Ripon was saying.
Marcy, please, you don't have a lot more to do. She's just buying
These
time.
bosses,
Sorry, go
these
ahead.
technically have 3 different phases to them. It's kind of a weird layout. And the Raccoon's purposely like letting little pauses happen there, and that's kind of a gimmick of this fight. In the first 2 phases, any damage that's done, it kind of like adds up after doing one attack. Oh, poor
Marcy.
Poor Marcy. Oh.
My strength's high enough we didn't need a dash and slash. It was the funniest animation for Vita Unus to finish her with. Just the head smashed. There's the Vigora. And this menu, we assume that somebody dies. That boss does a lot of damage. Oops, up there. It's like, where'd it go? Vigor is pretty limited. The lowest you can equip it on is 4. A lot of the other status stuff has a range of plus or minus 4. Vigor is so powerful you can only plus or minus 2. So it's a element level 6, but the lowest we can equip it is 4.
Yeah, and just like Strength and Eagle Eye doesn't like affect its power any.
So with Vigora, it counts the AP that you're using, and every time you attack, it's not draining your stamina temporarily. So I just used Dash and Slash, and my stamina is still 7. And that's why this element is amazing. Right there. Using an element and then fierce attacking, like, what, 6 times? It's a lot.
Yeah, it gives you, essentially it gives you 9 free AP. And I use the word AP because you could cast like 8 level 1 elements if you want to.
Yeah.
It's not consuming 7 stamina, it's just each one's 1 AP. Great spell.
That was a really close dodge. Alright, this is really hard to do on fast forward, so I tap it instead.
Well, you make me realize how much anxiety this run would have with trying to do stuff. Can't go slow without the fast forward. Door.
Love the fast forward sound of Serge's footsteps on the stairs here. Okay. This section is why I really wanted to include it on the layout, so you can see when I'm turning it on and off, just because I do it so much here. It's very important when you're loading into a room as well. Just because the enemy positions are not static when you load into a room. So you have to see where they spawned, which way they're going. Ugh. Come on, talk to him. Oh, I didn't go into the... fourth floor. Fourth floor first. Fourth floor first. That's my fault. There is a story trigger you need to watch that explains more about how the world split happened. And also the important thing, the place we are right now, Chronopolis, was a city of the future started by Luca. And then they eventually threw themselves back in time, which is why they're here. Got into a war with the Reptites. And that's why the story has branched so drastically from Chrono Trigger. Talk to him, please. Thank you.
Yeah, for me personally, like, the story here, like, just didn't work as well for me just because kind of some of the reasons you were just mentioning. But for a speedrun, I absolutely loved, like, the atmosphere, the music of this place. And same with the final dungeon. I just like the feel, like, it just feels good to execute it well.
I'm so bad at this skip here that if I get a single one, I usually just kill it. No. Okay, we'll run. So there's a manipulation here. This enemy is hard to run past, and there's a chest that we need to open up. And if you do it right, I think we got the first part of it right. You can pick up the chest and then leave without... since I already ran away once, I'll try it. Without triggering the enemy again. No, I was not on the right lineup. Okay. That sucks.
Boss has 2k health, or not boss, but encounter.
I mean, Surge hits it for like 500. So you can kill it pretty quickly. But yeah. You have to be on a very specific like vertical lineup to be able to run straight sideways, get the chest, and then leave. So I have to get all these extra encounters and then running away. Which is why, and I'm just not good at it. So if you get just a formation that's a single one of those to start with, I'll usually just kill it. Because I just assume I'm not going to get it. We were spared Surge's butt on the preview? Okay.
Yay.
Butt date. I'm curious if it's just having fast forward on while battles are loading and unloading. No! I got stuck! Oh, that's gonna be kind of hard. I can still get by here. So there's two enemies here that walk side by side, and the whole point is that when you get into a battle, they freeze. So by running into one of these enemies... Oh, I got hit by the second one. Oh, no. Okay, I gotta kill one. There's one. Okay, fine. Just gonna eagle eye.
This is my fault. I cursed earlier. I was talking about how you can kind of get stuck with two, so you have iframes from the encounter that you run away with, but during that time, like the other enemy, the iframes like disappear, and you're just forced to fight in situations.
I have to kill one
like
of these.
Stone sword, getting some auto crits in.
I'm surprised you hit them both, but yeah. So you can kill them quickly, it's just faster if you can avoid it. So the strategy here is usually you just desync them on purpose. I can run away from this one now since there's only one now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my game. I'll have to do some testing later on.
Forgot that the enemies have like little eyes on the middle of those robots there. It's just something that's hard to see on the old version.
So here we learn that only one person called the Arbiter can enter this room. And Surge is given access because he's the Arbiter, and that's why Lynx wanted to have Surge's body. Also, we need some of your favorite sad cry emotes in chat. We're about to learn that Prometheus, aka Robo, was preserved in the database of the Fate computer. And then he's going to speak to us a little bit right as Fate deletes him. So pour one out for our boy Robo. There we go. Bye, Robo.
This game's too sad. Shouts to another Boehner track.
Yeah, it's kind of out of nowhere. They're just like, oh, this is Robo. Bye. So this is one of the few battles where if you get a bad AP roll, you have to reset it. Because the first thing that this boss does is use Diminish. And mathematically, Magnify and Diminish should cancel each other out about 0.75%. The way it's programmed is whichever one's cast first is the one that happens. So we absolutely need to have Magnify and not Diminish. Which seems like that's incredibly dangerous. This boss has some very powerful attacks. Why would you Magnify? Well, give me a second and I'll show you. So we're gonna Genius.
Go ahead.
Buff the magic stat a little bit more. And then we're gonna fill the field with white. I like casting it on Surge. Just so he has the second. And now, conveniently, we're at level 8 with a white field. We've got Saints! Probably the best summon in the game. It does a crap ton of damage and will fully heal your entire party.
But when did we get Saints, Rick Kumpu?
When we defeated the Sky Dragon. Nice finish by Fargo. If he doesn't hit those attacks, then Fate's going to use Heat Ray and will kill someone. And if we get unlucky, it'll be Surge, and he'll miss out on a chance to have it a level up. But
43 strength, dang.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, for me, casually, Miguel and Fate, I was refighting a lot of times.
Oh yeah.
And for the speed run, unfortunately, the Master Moon doesn't auto crit Fate, and it's really nice that that Saint strat was developed.
We actually used to do that differently. We used to give all of our magic gear to Surge instead of strength gear. Just to guarantee the Fate would kill. Just to guarantee that Saints would kill. But it turns out that if you just keep the strength gear on, the little bit of damage you do with Surge beforehand is usually enough to push it over.
I can see where that's... It's not easy, like, the route that, again, because your stats shift so much, it's hard to get, like, a baseline of kind of where you would call those balances. That's where, like, you did such great work of, like, running this and, like, developing strats, and it just took so many additional eyes, like, many and most speedruns, like, but the work you did for, like, the first path through is incredible.
It's also the route that I was developing was that I wanted to submit it to a marathon. So I was actually erring on the side of safety a lot. I wanted a consistent route more than the fastest route, you know? Because there were definitely some things I looked at and I was like, that's too dangerous. I'm not doing that at a marathon. And other people have come through and found faster and consistent strats. So big shout outs to people who've joined the community since then and put a lot of work into this route.
Yeah, but I think the concept for, like, early adopters, like early speedrunners, it's like kind of a... It's like a unique situation, because I remember watching someone and the game had just come out. I forget what the game was. And I was like, oh, why are you doing this? Just in my own head, but it's like, wait a second. Someone basically has to run with that, like, their ideas and see what comes out, and then, like, the improvements can start to happen from there. So it's like... It's just a necessity of, like, kind of picking with something and kind of running with it. So, developing and growing from there. It's just neat.
Yeah, this cutscene's weird and creepy. Oh yeah, they also explained to us in this whole thing that there's 6 dragons that we know of, but there's secretly a 7th dragon. The Dragon of the Dark Moon. Because there's been a few times where they've shown us 2 moons in the sky. And it turns out that the Dragon of the Dark Moon has been taking a form to walk among us, and that's Harley. That's why she left.
Nani?
And she was really sad because she knew that this was the dragons were working us towards defeating Fate, so they could do this. Fate was keeping them had split the dragons apart into smaller forms. But now that Fate has been defeated, there's nothing stopping them, and they're going to raise Terra Tower, and they're going to try and regain their supremacy upon the planet. So of course now we do stop them, and Harley's sad because she has to go join them, and she likes us and she doesn't want to fight us, but well, she doesn't have much of a choice.
Sad indeed. I mean, she's been with us longer than Kid.
It's true. But you don't gotta put it like that. Oh, I was supposed to put... I was supposed to change my party there. Where's Fargo? Fargo's down here.
This is the last menu for the rest of the run.
These fish are such trolls. They wiggle back and forth because they're fish and that's how they swim. But it's just a pain in the butt. And then there's a sidestepper here. Also likes to wiggle back and forth. This is an interesting puzzle fight. It doesn't have a whole lot of health, but can only be damaged by red elements. And if you remember, there's a particular thing we have, even though we don't have any red elements equipped, we have something very powerful to deal with this boss. So first we're going to strengthen Surge. Just going to leave Glenn at a particular level. There we go. And then we're going to X-Strike, because X-Strike is red.
Yay.
This boss has 1700 health and we overkilled it by 500. 44 strength! I didn't look at Glenn's. I'll look at Glenn's when we swap Fargo back in.
And like if you turn a character red, I don't think that counts.
No.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
It has
So
to
you'd
be
be
a
sitting
red
here-
element, specifically.
Yeah, that's a crazy save, because otherwise you'd be sitting there spamming a ton of spells.
Yeah, we'd probably keep Marcy around, but the problem is she's blue innate, so her casting, like, red spells isn't good.
Excited to see this cutscene.
I love the text that we missed smashing back there. Whoever you have in number 2 in your party that isn't Starkey starts sassing Starkey like, why do you need all these tools? You're just going to put it in the boat. He was like, negatory, and is like talking about all the tools that he needs. And then it cuts to it being completed, and then Glenn says, all you did was put it in the boat.
And as you mentioned earlier, like a lot of these texts or dialogue from characters are just generic, but something about Glenn saying it just makes it all the much better.
It's funny. And that's the only time we have to use Starkey. It's the only reason we even need to get Starkey is this section right here. It's the only way to get up here. So we're gonna replace Starkey. What's your strength? 41. And Surge is 44. Okay. It's important because a lot of these strats depend on the strength of both Glenn and Surge, so I had to look. So unfortunately I have to go for a slower strategy here, but I'll have to go for the slowest one at least. Interesting. I'm gonna go and assume that the 2-2 hit. That should be enough.
And real cool, when you said you're gonna assume it as a 2-2 hit, it sounds like you're trying to be precise with your like strength values and the amount of damage you're doing.
Yes. So all of these fights in here, if you pull up the notes, people have made an incredibly detailed list of strategies for these fights that look into both how much strength Surge and Glenn have. Then you start off with just some attacks, and depending on which of those attacks hit, which ones miss, so we don't bother eagle-eyeing, you diverge into other strategies, just counting damage and using the X-Strike together. Because a lot of these enemies have very annoying attack patterns that can be very dangerous, but by just doing a little bit of damage into an X-Strike on most of them, because X-Strike is just so powerful when both of them have high strength, then we can bypass so much of their problematic phases. Also, that was a really good section. That screen is really hard. This one is a big troll. No, he's running over there. Where are you going? Oh my god, he went all the way up here. This is another problematic enemy. Okay, got by.
Oh. Yes, for as much as you get trolled like with hitboxes for like a lot of the game, the hitboxes here are pretty accurate if you like use the shadows.
Yeah.
It's just some areas you don't get like the double lane like movements on the, especially on those branches.
I didn't see them. Yeah, this area, I'm not even looking at the enemies. I'm looking at their shadows. Which is true in other areas too, but this one in particular, the shadow is just the only thing you need to look for. This is a really annoying one. He tends to hang out where it's very narrow.
Yep.
I need him to be on the turn here. There we go.
Nice.
Please, move. Move. These guys are just big trolls because they will chase you if they see you. And there's not much space to dodge them, so you just kind of have to duck into those small alcoves and wait for them to be in a safe spot.
Well, fast forward, it seems like it's a lot less like anxiety inducing
Yes.
since it's not like tick tick on the clock.
Like some of those waits would have been like 20 seconds. As a surge, 1, 2. Already sadness waved. So I can just keep going. Very good fight.
Got the one fight where it can't use X strike, being a red innate, it just reduces the damage a little too much. And it's not worth getting Glenn up to
46?
level 3.
What is this strength?
Ooh-wee.
This is good strength numbers. I'm not used to seeing that. Also, these Cupid-like enemies will ignore you 90% of the time, and every once in a while they decide, oh, hi, I see you. And they decide they're going to swoop right at you.
And then 0 AP roll.
Yeah. Yeah, there's even Handy in chat, another runner's like, 46, what the hell? Like, I want you to know, Handy, every single practice run I did, the highest one that I had was 44 strength on Dragon God. And then I even low-rolled the damage on that and had to go into backup strats because the normal 44 strat didn't work.
But you made that room look really easy. That's the room I despise the most in this game.
I spent a lot of the time not fast-forwarded in that room. It sucks. Yeah, apparently saved all of the strength for the GDQ run. The D-pad movement in here and the analog movement do not make sense. There's no clean way to talk to Balthazar here. Glenn's at least 42, I believe. Is he? Is he 40? I'm just gonna play
Just
it
noted
safe.
the 40.
What's that?
I just noted the 40.
Yeah. I don't think he's 42, so I'm gonna play it safe. I'm probably fine given that Surge is so high, but I'm just not gonna risk it. The difference between a lot of these strategies are just a couple of seconds anyway, so. So I'm gonna 2. Do that to try and get all 3 in, yeah. So yeah, we should be fine. I need to Fargo strengthen first. There we go. That's important because it increases strength, but also puts a red on the field. So this X strike will do a little bit more damage too. Fortunately, that should be enough, yeah.
See a question in chat about is this modded for those that are joining us late. Care to refresh us a little bit on that, Raccoon?
Nothing gameplay wise. The fast forward is base part of the Radical Dreamers edition. I have a cutscene mod that's upscaling the cutscenes a little bit, and I have one of the FPS fix mods, but it appears to not be working, and I need to figure out why. We don't have rules on which FPS mods you should use yet, because we just still have to do a bunch of testing.
Yeah, so our golden rule has been just run what you would like, create the fun and buzz that could kind of lead to something. In the meantime, we're just look for that data that you were just kind of mentioning about.
Didn't look at what Glenn's strength is. What's Glenn's strength? 41. Okay.
41.
So I can do the best strat here. I looked just because I wanted to know if I could. It's like, even looking loses all the time I would have saved here.
Well, especially on this one, because they have like a 600 HP heal.
Oh my god,
It's
please
very
stop!
noticeable. Wow. Not a fan of Surgy Poo.
Anytime an enemy does physical attacks like that, it's random how many they're going to do. So that's why I'm like, please stop. Oh, Surge didn't have enough, or Glenn didn't have enough AP.
No, that wasn't a. Oh,
That's
that was
oops.
just a dash.
Okay, I did a goof. It's fine.
Oh,
Somebody's gonna die.
Oh, yeah.
I think I am going to just do that.
Ah.
Wait, who has the revive right now? I thought it was Search.
I would have thought so too. But yeah, Fargo actually gets it. That's how little revive is really used. That's just part of the run. I would have done.
I was like, wait,
the same.
Surge had it.
Don't worry, Glenn. I'm going to cast a spell and Surge and help get you revived. Oh, shucks. That was my spell. My bad.
And you could do the Luxtor or Gravitor in 8 order. Ooh. We do it in this order because having a high strength has a bigger impact on Gravitor, the black innate one. So it's just another fight to give you a chance to get a strength up, maybe hit one of the breaking points on Gravitor.
And going left and right, again, those enemies are very trolly. Extra trolly with fast forward.
Yes, very trolly with fast forward. And we're not at 47 strength, so we're just gonna Eagle Eye. Unfortunate. If you have higher strengths, you can use less stamina on Surge, which gives you a higher chance of being able to move here without being interrupted. But since Surge is white innate and this boss is black innate, he just blows it up. Two more fights. I'm gonna touch the save point. Oh, I tried to hug the top wall and it didn't go up enough. I was like running upwards to hug the top wall, and then it just like beelined left to intercept me. So yeah, just touching the save point in Radical Dreamers Edition causes an autosave. So that's just me playing it a little safe.
Yeah, with the fast forward movement, just having run the game so much, I can just tell, like, it's not that you're being sloppy, it's just that's how radical, like, or erratic the movement is with fast forward and, like, reacting to stuff. And if you were to play, like, any safer, it just wouldn't work out. Like, it kind of is what it is. Like,
Yeah, you have to take risks to save time with fast forward, and it saves a lot of time. Like I've been taking more risks, I've been getting better at it too. So it's just... Whoops. Oh, they fixed it! So that little teleporter there on the elevator, it used to light up in the order that you killed the bosses. Which the problem would be the incorrect order for the good ending.
oh,
Like if you went white then black, that it would show white then black. But it did black then white.
whoa. I actually never knew that lit up. That's interesting.
So this is a heavily scripted fight. It's more of a puzzle fight. And if it goes off the rails, then it gets really hard. So I'm just going to focus on getting this right.
Yep, and I'll be quiet throughout the fight because great music, and I'll let you focus.
Yeah, me not commentating too much or just mumbling just means you get to hear the music. No, stop. Ooh, he only did one. Right, I need to buy time until turn blue runs out. Oh, Okay, we're fine. I messed that up, but we should still be okay. I skipped the X strike. Oh, Fargo died. I'll risk it. If it goes bad, we're gonna throw it away and reset it. Okay, I tried to defend, but we ran away anyway. It's fine.
Hey, we get to see that fight again.
It was... We were in very dangerous territory anyway. That's probably the safer call anyway.
Yeah, it's not a bad call at all.
I have trouble with this fight just because there's so many parts, and I have extremely minor dyslexia when it comes to, like, reading rows. And I still need to rewrite this fight on the notes just so I keep reading the wrong section, basically. I need to write it so it's more friendly for my eyes. Oh, that's...
Bad
what?
time miss. Why not?
I don't like that. Go again. Unfortunately...
Hey, can you let me hear the start of that song again? I really like the start of the song. Thanks.
We're happy to oblige.
How would Zoa handle this fight? Not well.
But you'd be very passionate about it.
Yes. Oh, crap AP roll. Stop, please. Stop. Stop.
Yeah, so some of the highlights of the Dragon God fight is each phase has 1900 health, and then he turns to a different element. You just gotta go through them. So a lot of this is just shifting elements around, turning Surge a bunch of different colors.
Yeah, and the important part about that is that the Dragon God has a huge amount of health, and the total health does not matter. It is, have you done 1900 damage in this phase?
Buffer inputs work against you in this fight. That's where you see Ryokun's taking a pause after doing like a 3. That way the damage is updated and it'll turn to the next transition without doing another action.
So we're in red, so we need to turn blue. Just taking my time on this now, make sure I don't do that again. Surge needs 6 stamina. And then Vigora. Then a 3, pause 3. Surge is going to do 1, 3, 3. Pause, and then another 3. And this is the thing I did wrong. Fargo needs to attack here and strengthen, which puts him negative here. So Glenn can X-strike. And we get a stamina refresh. Then Fargo needs to buy time for Surge's turn blue to run out. And we're back to the last phase. Glenn's really hurting, but this is the last phase.
Just don't fall down again, it's fine.
We genius just for another black on the field. It's a fast animation.
Nice. Real final boss defeated.
And all the stats we just gained there don't matter. Our strength is now irrelevant.
Yeah, that like the routing that goes in that fight it's crazy. Like you can't use Strengthen or Eagle Eye when the spell's like already in effect. Like it doesn't renew the timer, so it's just really convenient how it just works out that when it fades, like it's always available to like recast the spell and not have an overlap. Where at one point Railkun was mentioning that he had to wait for turn blue to come off. Like that's like there's some randomness to that. Often you do have to kind of push a little bit for that turn blue, but again the Strength and Eagle Eye just always works out. I also love how this thing just all of a sudden at the end just turns into a pterodactyl, I guess.
I don't know what it's turning into. It's like it's becoming inert. I don't know. So a lot of people are very confused about good ending, how we're going to do this. A lot of people struggle with good ending casually. And I think that's because of a misunderstanding on how AP and stamina work. So we're talking about how casting a spell is only 1 AP. Time Devourer has, you can take 10 AP before it takes a turn. So what we're going to do is we're going to set it up so all of our characters have multiple element levels, let Time Devourer take a turn, and then we will always be able to cast 6 elements in a row. You can sort of play into letting Time Devourer cast elements for you, but it's programmed in a way that it will kind of mess with you a little bit, and it doesn't always work. Please, Tear of Hate.
Yeah, this is also a boss that's just as hard as the doors.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you, but one of the pedestals is the Tear of Hate, and one of the pedestals is the Tear of Love. So if you're not perfectly in between them, and you try to use one, it just won't happen. So now we just need to equip the Chrono Cross. Usually it appears somewhere in the middle here. No? You're all the way at the bottom today? Okay.
Yeah, you actually don't need the Chrono Cross to be a level 8 element. Level 1.
And the other quirk of this fight, and it's something that most people don't notice, is that once you cast the 6 elements in order, so you've done the first part of the puzzle, the Time Devourer's AI completely disables, because there's no way for you to cast 7 elements in a row without it getting a turn. So what they did is once you have the first 6 done, he will stop taking turns. So even if you're not doing the good ending, doing this setup will still help you defeat him faster, so that you can just beat on him and he never gets a turn. And time will be when I cast the Chrono Cross. So now we just need Lava Lavos. Time Devour to take a turn, so we're just going to defend. And then we use turn yellow for yellow. And then strengthen for red. The turn elements are faster, so even though we have an Eagle Eye, we're going to turn green. Then Glenn uses turn blue. Fargo's going to Genius. And then Surge is going to turn white. And then Lavos is just not going to get a turn because his AI disables. And it's going to stamina refresh us. And then we can Chrono Cross. And that's time.
GG.
GG.
Sub 430.
So if you do that setup, where you just make sure all of your characters have 2 element levels, make sure everybody has full stamina, and Time Devourer gets a turn, you will always be able to do that without the boss trolling you and interrupting your element combo. Gotta let the song play out a little bit before we do the shoutouts.
Yeah.
So what's going on here is implied about in a lot of different places, and chat's talking about it, and some people are confused. That is Shayla from Chrono Trigger. She's blonde. Her hair isn't purple anymore. It's because the purple is the signifier of her family's magic, and Time Devourer has been feeding on her magic. So I just always drew the dots there that since the Time Devourer has basically drained her of all of her magic, she doesn't have the purple hair anymore. Kid is a clone of Shayla, who she managed to create with the help of the pendant to send her off and try and find somebody to help her escape. And there's a lot more to it than that, and there's like the bonus stuff on the DS version of Chrono Trigger that helps draw the dots together a little bit more. But it's also never fully explained. It's left a little bit open on purpose. But that's... At the end, we wake up because the worlds have been repaired. The fractured worlds are now one. If you watch some of the other endings, you get to see some stuff where, like, people who were in different worlds are now reunited. We've sort of fixed the fractured timeline. And that's the good ending. We've released Shayla. Everybody is able to live together in one world. Like Dario and Riddell, even though they're from different worlds, are now living together. But thanks, Tina, for having me on the show. Thanks, Andy, for coming along and helping with commentary. If you're interested in any of the Chrono Games speedruns, we have an excellent Discord you can find linked on any of the Chrono Games speedrun.com. It's just the Chrono Discord, Chrono Speedruns Discord. We got sections just for general discussion, if you're asking about learning the routes, sharing PBs. And every once in a while, we'll do like a big Chrono relay where we have somebody run. We have 2 teams run all 3 games back to back. Just a pretty wholesome community if you'd like to come by and join sometime.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on with you. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, everyone make sure that you're following Relkun, that you're following Andy. It's What a good run. It's just super fun to get to watch chill, fun speedruns where, everybody involved is just super nice, right?
Yeah, Andy streams more than I do, full disclosure. I do a lot
You
of
could fix
production
that.
work for
that's within
GDQ.
your power to fix.
Yeah, it's just I run the stream for Hotfix a lot, so oftentimes I don't want to come home and then stream more.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, Relkun is the person behind the scenes every time that I have a show. And this has been a long time coming, but I finally convinced them that they should do a run.
It's so awesome to see you running.
And of course, the only time where this song plays in game. Radical Dreamers, very good song. But that's all from me. So thanks, Tina.
Thank you. And just one more time for anybody who's showing up a little bit late. There was a little bit of speedrunning that you might have missed up to this point, but, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I do have a couple of announcements. Frame Fatales is going to be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st to the 27th. The marathon schedule is now out. You can type !FF in Twitch chat, or head on over to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more info. Prize submissions are open. Check the site for more information on that. One and Doneathon is coming up. You can show off your favorite run, and that's your only appearance in One and Doneathon, ever. You can type !OADAT for One and Doneathon to see that schedule. Check out Games Done Quick on Instagram to get bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and see what happens at the events. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and any bits cheered in the Twitch chat help support weekly hotfix content. There was a bunch of those today. Thank you all so much. If you're enjoying this, if you enjoy the other shows, because there's a lot of shows, and there's a lot of just super cool people running those shows, consider subscribing maybe. If you're watching this on YouTube, maybe come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. If you're, if you're interested in watching the content live, the chat's great, the runners are great, the hosts are great. Most weeknights we start at 7 p.m. Eastern, weekends 1 p.m. Eastern. And finally, tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Bargain Bin at its new time. It's a show about speedruns of games that you can get for pretty cheap so that you can pick them up real easy, really get into them, not have to spend a ton of cash. After that, we're going to have She Is Speed coming on. And that's going to do it for me for today. But stick around because, of course, we're going to be rating. And thank you all so much for hanging out. I hope everybody enjoyed this as much as I did. Relkun, Andy, thank you both so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.